She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Tiny bramble jumper quiplashing Tom.
Okay, I am here. How's everyone doing? Good to see all of you. Micro, thank you so much for the 9 months. I appreciate it. How you doing? Hope you're well. Found a new one? That's a new one. Hey Super, hey Loading Screen, hey Priz, hey Freestyle. Anyone else who might be lurking about? I see I'm already having connection hiccups. Yeah, this week it's not been terribly stable. Here, I'll put that there. Got my backup drink. Okay, so hopefully it doesn't shit the bed too much today. Just make sure nothing's open that's not supposed to be. Yeah, no, it's just the connection. Awkward, unfortunate. But anyway, so we're gonna continue testing stuff with the new Zane tech, today. The first thing I want to dive into is, some Tediore stuff. I was curious about the Bangarang. So I gotta do a little bit of, magic to get myself the appropriate items. Mr. David Bullock, how you doing? Oh yeah, you missed it, Micro. I was using the redistributor yesterday, like, a decent amount. And this new tech actually helps out the redistributor quite a bit. But first, ASMD, not the wave. Toss the boomsicle for now. Lob was a little too visually oppressive. Okay, I need a good old cut purse launch pad. That should do the job. Do you ever build ideas? Ooh, thank you, sir. I like it. I like it. Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. I should definitely try that. Gear dropping stream. Yeah. There's an extra letter in there, David. Sort of build already been incorporated into the build doc? No, no, no. And it's one of those things that this is more like, at least at this stage, this is more tech to integrate into existing builds than like new build on its own. Yeah, almost. Hey, how you doing, Tree Boy? Like any Zane build that is focusing on dealing damage in a way that it's able to ADS during is already benefiting from this. It's just now we know what's happening. It's kind of like the bounty hunter tech on Flak. It might eventually result in its own build, but it's just like, this is a good habit to have type deal. Okay, so I want to try out Bangarang ASA 150 Copper's Launchpad. Let's see what happens with that. I don't have grenade damage on the class mod, but I also can't be bothered to make another one. Think it'd be added to the build doc? I think we're jumping the gun a little bit there. Like, but currently there's nothing to add. It's just a new mechanic. Maybe an explanation of how the skill works in the doc. Yeah, but I don't think this is just yet going to materialize into a new build. We gotta have more testing done. Got dot applied there. So something I was curious about is the Bangarang's drone projectiles, like the ones that are coming out now, those are grenades, or at least they count as grenade damage, I should say. So I wanted to see if those would eraser and if they can crit. I think I saw a crit. Yeah, it can crit. Although that could be that. Let me try with this. Okay, I saw a crit over there. Okay, yeah, it can. That still doesn't mean it's a bullet. Means it could still just be a grenade. I didn't see an eraser pierce. Need them to line up in a way that I can... Actually, I can just use the turret, guys. Hey, Mega Bane, thank you for the 17... I was backing up a lot. Thank you for the 17 months. That's fine. I want to test shooting through an enemy, and I need to photo mode. So yeah, the regular bullets, you can see this. This means eraser is happening. What I'm looking out for is I want to see if that happens on the those, and it doesn't seem to be. The explanation for that would be either it's a projectile type that can't do that, or it's not a bullet at all. The latter makes more sense. Do nude Zane tech in the title? Yep. Command is also in the title. It is the first one, exclamation point OMF. Wait, hang on, I feel like I saw an eraser bullet. Come on, get crit. Apologies for the flashing lights. What I'm trying to see leave me alone. Funny story though, shooting the bangerang actually isn't bad DPS. Might have imagined that. Let's move over this way. More human-shaped enemies will be helpful here. Photo mode whenever you see a crit. Yeah. I'm trying to just see the projectile, because it's, like, very visually apparent. But, here, let me... So, hang on. I think we have a better way of seeing if it's a bullet at all or not. So if these don't heal me, they're not bullets. Not bullets. Cool. That answers that. Because salvation was on and I didn't get healing, so. Okay, that answers that with the bangerang. Wonder if it'll be just as effective with Hustler crits? Yes. I mean, not just as effective, because Hustler crits do less damage. But it works on Hustler crits. Hey, T-Dog. Breath of the Dying, I wanted. Breath of the Dying. So, for anyone who missed yesterday's stream, we spent about 8 hours testing out different weapons. I'm gonna be doing some more of that today, but I also want to take this into, like, Circles of Slaughter and Proving Grounds and mess around. Would expect me fiddling and testing out a bunch of items. Open to suggestions, as per usual. Feel free to float ideas. I'll tell you if we've tested that already, or if that wouldn't work. Dr. Seven, how you doing? Nice to hustler in something like Globetrotter and Plaguebearer. Globetrotter, yes. Plaguebearer, no. Globetrotter, yes, because this is tech that you can use in a standard Hustler Racer build that's using an elemental gun. You just consciously remember to ADS when you're fishing for your splits, and it's a good way of getting additional single target damage. So particularly useful on Yellow Cake, Globetrotter, Shocker, you know, the elemental ones. Anointment wise, I could go next to Mag's Rad with this. Got corrosive boost there. Very sad the Creamer's locked in on Elemental. It's not like it needs any more help. You think the Creamer should be stronger? The way I see it, Creamer being as strong as it is and non-Ellie means there's one fewer part for you, the player, to worry about. And that's a W. AAC 50s are gonna steal kills. So let's try not having AAC 50s. It's like Breath of the Dying bubbles pop against your barrier, right? Stupid Malawon mechanics. Or do they just pop inside of a frozen enemy's hitbox? No, that's awkward. They'll just be contained if the enemy's frozen. Kind of. Still reach far enough to hit Kraken. That's interesting. Freezing enemies use the orbs. Ah, yeah, so can't use Brain Freeze if you're gonna use Breath of the Dying. Interesting. What's next on the list? Maybe I should try Chaos? Hail was definitely one I was gonna try. Soul Render, possibly. Hey Nunu, how are you? Still with this insanity? We sure are, J-Bridge. How you doing? Yeah, let's give Chaos a shot. What elements does this thing roll? Chaos rolls corrosive? Really? What's the point of that? I swore Chaos rolled in Rad. Does it not? Yeah, everything but Rad. False memory. That's funny. A cat. Guess I'll just do corrosive then. Go auto single. Crit damage grip. Damage 4 grip. Iron sights, low mag. Okay. Yeah, let's stick with next to max rad, because that doesn't eat the effect. I wonder if when you're using Breath of the Dying and you get the orbs like stuck in the frozen enemies like that, if you're, say, on Moe's with enough splash radius, if they'll still reliably connect with nearby enemies. Yeah, the next to max is not good enough to make that good against shields. There's my recursion. Can you leave me alone? I'm trying to be stylish. Yeah, so this is a style of weapon that would be particularly, like, unsuited to this. Because it's hitting a lot for not a lot of damage, so we're not getting huge dots. But it's still a doll AR, so it's still fun to shoot. I guess something to be careful about is making sure the actual dot gets the killing blow. Like it just didn't for me there. Insider, why are you so good? Oh yeah, I gotta try different Insider anoints today. Yeah, it's one of the best feeling weapons in the game, IMO. Hard agree. Oh, I dotted myself. Can I recursion off of that? Oh, it won't bounce back to them. I see. Doll is love, doll is life. Hey, Swin. Doll is pretty great. So is Malawan. Nice crit. Okay. Shield skill avoid self-damage? No. I want to do that first section of the takedown again, but with a different kit. can shelve the Bangarang for now. It's easy enough to get another one. I want this Insider, but with different Anoint. Currently I have Ellie crit. 150 over 90 doesn't make much sense. Next to mags also doesn't make much sense. Kill stack, I guess. But, you know, gun damage on Zane, ugh, so messy. Hey, Arctic Ninja. So, new Spider-Man trailer. I have a tab open for it. I have not watched it yet. I guess I could try Airborne here. See how that goes. Yeah, try that out. Go back to that. And that. Yeah, that'll work out fine. It's all over there carrying the ARs. Yeah, it's doing the lion's share, isn't it? You got Chaos, Breath of the Dying, Soul Render. Good Juju's like downplayed, but it's honestly a decent gun. It has a fun little play style to it. Sure, like Warlord sucks and is very unimaginative, and Barrage as well, but more bangers than misses. Okay, let's see. Hail. Hail is definitely another good one. The thing is with the hail, I'd have to be critting naturally, and that's super awkward. Maybe Sawbar could be decent here. Maybe Sawbar, because I know Sawbar are racers. It's just awkward ranges. Try out Sawbar, OPQ. Hotfoot Teddy, I know that are racers. Alright, we got options. Star Helix? Yeah, Star Helix is a good one. No PPU? Maybe try it. I'm on Zane, so it's not like the animation lockouts would be a big deal. It hits a lot, so I imagine it would brain freeze pretty quickly. It's split across a lot of projectiles, though, and it's not like the Insider, where it's also applying a good natural dot. So I'm kind of like, at least good is a strong word for the Insider's natural dot, but that would be worse at a glance. Still tested though. Still tested though. And once we burn through all of the guns we can think of that are interesting here, Hellwalker, shush. Once we burn through the interesting guns we can think of, we can do non-gun stuff. Particularly Hex, Lightspeed, Hunter Seeker, Gas Call are the main grenades that should be tested. Like having some sort of grenade build that also uses Mantis as a damage outlet, maybe with an action skill start shield. Yeah, Babymaker's on the list. Dried Beskar. The thing is, the reflected projectile would have to naturally crit. Like, a lot of these do carry the same thing. Any bullets that come from you that you didn't shoot from your gun aren't going to benefit from Hustler. So there's not even a chance of them, you know, fake critting. So that applies to the Babymaker drones. It applies to reflected bullets off the Beskar. It applies to Hunter Seeker. Something to keep in mind. Replays cryo projectiles. Or multi-tap. Yeah, replay is the other one. But replay is worth testing as well. I don't know if the replay erasers at all. But we could spit out a huge volume of bullets. It just wouldn't be benefiting from the Arm and Flint stuff, is the thing, because it's non-Ellie. Multi-tap reloads might work, though. Grenade seed to crit, that's the challenge? Yes. For Arm and Flint to trigger, whatever we're doing damage with has to be elemental, and it has to crit. And it has to happen while we're aiming down sights. Apparently the stream paused, we could ask when it was starting. I did the same thing with a stream yesterday, Tree Boy. It happens. How you doing? Let's try an airborne insider. Gargoyle. Gargoyle's a good candidate. I actually don't know how gargoyle projectiles look when they eraser. I've been told they eraser favorably. So, we'll have to see. I guess I could do that now over the beacon. That would be the smart thing to do. Can gargoyle these nuts. Got him. Absolutely destroyed. Yeah, I got the crit grip. Sights won't matter. Oh. Is there an iron sights option? How the fuck are you landscaping right now? It's 11 a.m. Okay, that's actually not that unreasonable. Go about your business. Still annoying. I guess 150 or 90 here makes sense. I'm not gonna fall for that one. Huh. Gargoyle looking surprisingly good. You get a little more corrosive damage on this thing. That ain't bad. Miscreant, I'm kind of worried about how low the individual hits are on that one. But we can try it. Like with this this Arm and Flint tech, unless it's like the launchers, Vladov does not seem like the play. You know? Maybe we'll also include an exception for the snipers. There's a Septimator could be interesting. Maybe. Copium. I just want to do something with that gun. Laser shotgun mode. You know, I don't think I've ever ADS while using an underbarrel. You can, right? Yes? Okay. Projectiles having travel time is mildly annoying. Septimator Prime? Yeah, that's what I was referring to. Ammo? Ammo is a problem with this gun. That's kind of a common COV pistol issue. Should be enough to deal with Kraken. Hey, Irish, thank you for the 1 year. I appreciate it. So yeah, Gargoyle is definitely it erasers, but it doesn't get anything crazy radius-wise, so you need to like go through one enemy and another.
1 year of theory crafting with the Quag Chat.
Thank you so much, Irish. And, like, have you tried it? No, but I just said like 2 minutes ago that I want to try it. Actually, that's perfect. I can freeze you in place. And do that. Did I miss? I missed all of those. Hey, Pup Teeth, thank you for taking care of Mr. Sean. I appreciate it. That's some Quag Chad behavior. Ouch. I didn't know existed till now. Peacemonger. Yeah, Peacemonger is one of the very few Atlas guns that, in my experience, is just absolute shit. It shoots slow, does bad damage. Just kind of like, ugh. Most of Atlas is good, but not that one. And it's 4 ammo per shot. I forgot about that one. Yeah, there you go. Actually, I'm gonna die here. Oh, never mind. Okay. I was gonna reset so I didn't have to save quit. Okay. Well, I guess we continue. Gargoyle's like a maybe. I said maybe. Excuse me. Let's, Tig's Boom. Tig's Boom. I keep forgetting that that's one I wanted to try. Maybe try reload canceling the gargoyle. I can't ADS while doing that, is the thing. Right, it splits 4 splash damage projectiles. Thought surely it has potential. Maybe it's something that needs to be revisited, but as of, before that future testing, neither myself nor anyone I've ever spoken to is like, accepts the gun as decent. Fire Scoville. Yeah, Fire Scoville has potential here. I'm mostly just worried about hitting myself because I'm bad at the video game. But it should be good. Rapid emote, reload cancel is funny. That's already quite good. We know that is. But the key thing is I can't ADS while emote canceling. And for the interaction we're trying to build around, I need to be able to ADS. Okay, so what do I go on Tiggs? Low projectiles would be the play. Ooh, radiation. Although higher projectile is more eraser chance. We'll stick with low. Damage. Health breaker. I have no idea if this will be good or not. That's what science is for. Peacemonger does split, but the spread after split is like uber wide and barely homes enemies, just overall ass. Good to know. Good to know. On paper it sounds cool, you see it in action, you're like, oh. Yellow cake? Yeah, that's not science at this point. We know yellow cake is gonna work here. Fire prompt critical? Prompt critical floated a few times. Maybe. Contained flask would be good. Tested that yesterday. It was not. And yeah, no ADS and reloading prompt critical. That too. Have to shoot it on impact mode in ADS. That was a good meteor. Dot damage depends on impact? Yes. That's part of how we know yellow cake would be good. Because we know that impact is already crazy. Where are you? Okay, there you are. Hellfire? No. Hellfire has bad impact damage. You've got it backwards. Hellfire has good dot damage, but bad impact damage. We need, like, the reverse, or some combination of the two. Having, good both. Right, come on, recursion. Bail me out. Thank you. That meteor could have been meteor. Oh, it's surprisingly good here. Redistributor. Probably because Hyperion crit formula do be going crazy. Tried Companion? Haven't tried Companion. Maybe we try that one. Just got an ad? Are you out of it now? Yeah, I'm out of it. Okay, so I don't know if you caught the Hellfire thing, but Hellfire has good dot, bad impact. We kind of want, if we have to choose between the two, we want the reverse. I got 5. I keep the ads as low as I can reasonably. Like, realistically, if I did 30 seconds longer of ads per ad break, then people wouldn't have mid-rolls, or wouldn't have pre-rolls, rather, at all. But, like, more than 2 minutes of ads every 45 minutes kind of sounds like a bad time. So I just try to keep a happy medium where you get minimal mid-rolls and minimal pre-rolls. It's not ideal. I don't like any of the options. So, sorry. You can get rid of him by subbing, but that's about the most friendly Twitch allows me to be in that department. Or use an ad blocker, I don't care. I don't really make much money off ads anyway. Feel free. How many points have in Salvation? Just the one. Never really need more than one, right? You know, Hyperion SMGs remembering that last test we did the license. It pained me. The license was so much fun back in its heyday. Now it's just actively irredeemably awful. Slow hand been tried? No. That'll be up. We can do slow hand next run. That takes boom, not bad. A lot of shotguns are good here. I gotta try protuberance as well. Not ADSing while the meteors hit, though. Yeah, I had that thought earlier. I don't know if you noticed me delaying a little bit while I was at boxes. It's like, if I fire all 3, then I'm not ADSing while that hits. If I fire 2... If I want to fire 3, then I need a mag size boost. Or an additional mag size boost, I guess. As in all platformers, feels like they've gotten a ton more aggressive in the last year or two. They have, and what's funny is, YouTube was the first one to really start catching flack for it, but now as far as the streaming space goes, out of the, you know, the main 2, or main 3 I guess I should say, Facebook gaming is still a thing even if no one takes it seriously, YouTube is the least aggressive with ads. It's kind of like, huh. Twitch can't even take a W that's handed to them. Airborne's not doing as much for the insiders I hoped it would, but it's not like it really needs it. You know. Game? That was quite a stutter. It's rad on armor, but maybe with the right element that could have potential. Good dot. Come on, just a little more dot. No? No more in the tank? It's sad. I saw a couple deja vus there from the ricochets. Really? Really? Still you with Mantis. Fuck you. Alexa does that to me often. Oh, sorry for anyone's Alexas. I just turned on. Fuck. I need to not say that. Shit. The moment I get one Google Assistant, I switch back to Apple. You have YouTube Premium? I'm too cheap to do that, Pris. And there's something cursed about the Tigs doesn't get shotgun boost. Yes, it is not a shotgun. It's just a gun. Aw. Any new developments since last night? Just more testing. More testing. Copied K6 clone Zerker build and took half the points out of orange and put into your normal purple skills. So you copied a clone build and removed the clone support? Sounds like a different build at that point, to be honest. And like regarding putting more than 1 point in salvation, 6% is like more than you ever need. Like think about it. When you have 43,000 HP and each of your bullets is hitting in the millions at minimum, 6% of that is like more than enough, to the point where going up to 12% of that doesn't have any practical difference. That's why no one ever takes more than one salvation. Especially with how good Blue Tree is. Like, every skill in Blue Tree is good, so you're already strapped for points in terms of this tree. 3% of dots heal lots, like a passive heal. Salvation is bullets only. It's only bullets fired by you or your clone. Or anything that's damage source bullet that's attached to your formula or clone's formula, I should say. Different lifesteals have, like, different conditions attached to them. Amara's requires the damage source to be elemental. But something like, for example, Moses' Russian offensive is just damage. So it includes dots, grenades, ground slams, shield novas, bullets, you know, everything. You can dot yourself and heal with Russian offensive because it's stupid. Razor hits give salvation because they're bullets, yeah. For reference, 6% of 1 million is 60,000. Thank you for the quick math, Ken. There you go. Point proven. Crit too strong? Crit could maybe be good. I would have to be very precise aiming, and it's me. So, Monka. Also, I don't want to drop it. That sounds annoying. Kaeson? I'd have to have a lot of reload speed so I could be ADSing while the stickies explode. Let's do slow hand. Let's do slow hand. We're gonna want ×1 or ×2 with this. What do you guys think? Because the ×2 part goes in the grip slot. That's in opposition to the crit part. That's actually kind of a big deal. That makes me really want to resist going ×2. Coil? Yeah, coil works. What about love drill? Haven't tried it. It's non-Ellie, right? So it wouldn't be doing the thing we want it to do. We want elemental guns for this. Stickies really muck things up? Yeah. You'd be full health on each bullet that hits for 1,000,000 unless you're using a shield that doubles your health. In which case, shoot twice. Or, you know, do more than 1,000,000 damage. And Zane has the most fire rate too, so it's not like you're ever shooting one bullet. And you have health gates. You don't need it to fill all of your health, you just need it to fill half of your health. Polyaimers having less than 5k damage is insane. It's absolutely wild. Love Drill has a chance for a shock, but goddamn ADSing that thing's a pain. Oh yeah, that's Love Drill. I think I was confusing with Lil Edie in my head for a minute. Company Man with reload speed probably fixes all these Torg issues. Probably, but the thing we're using is we're using an icebreaker right now because that formula-wise that fits in really well with what we're trying to do with these dots. Because icebreaker is global V2 against frozen enemies. Basically, it fills in a damage category that we don't have anything for at all for the Arman Flint dot double dip. Like, if we take off icebreaker, we just don't have anything in that category. So it's losing a fresh multiplier of 50%. That's a big deal. Now, it's not active against bosses, but against mobs, that's big. Moonfire? Moonfire was suggested. Yeah, that can go on the list. Let me try out Slow Hand. Should I just generate a bunch of guns and we don't have to take breaks to make them? %, chance to do double damage shock. That was an old god of Revolter, huge shock dot. A Revolter wouldn't help that at all. It would just be a extra chunk of shock damage on the non-Ellie instance. So, how Death Grip work for this? Death Grip could be interesting. It's just I'm worried about it's not gonna have huge, like, huge dots because it's a lot of little ticks. But Death Grip is a single target eraser gun for like stationary targets that are big. So like it could actually be decent here, Ken. Death Grip could be okay. Because it's just eraser tech. Torg stickies make up the 50% damage though, with the reload max size company man. Well, that's the thing with Torg stickies, Tree Boy. I can't aim and detonate stickies at the same time. Like, I would have to detonate stickies and then aim as fast as possible. And even with as much reload speed as I could physically have, I'm missing out on some of the stickies by doing so. So it leaves gaps. Kind of like how on the last run with the Tiggs Boom, I couldn't fire my third shot because the meteors would then be impacting while I'm reloading instead of while I'm aiming. And yeah, enough reload speed could help that. But keep in mind, we're Zane and we already have a shitload. Like, 2 Cool Hand. After a kill, we have 34% reload speed from 1 skill. And then from this other skill, we have another 20. So 54%. If I was to crit with my Mantis, then that's 74%. That's already a lot of reload speed. Have a nice Bangarang. Bangarang was actually the first one we tried today. The bullets from the chucks are grenades, so they don't eraser, which kind of makes some problems. Building around grenade damage bonuses and stuff, it could be fine, but Kill Wisp is over 50k base damage times 2. Does it eraser? Need to try Death Grip on Hemo tomorrow. Sounds like that could be interesting. Smart Gun maybe. I don't know how the turrets shoot. The Pat could be interesting. Was in here about a week ago. Finished played around the Chaos Chamber of Wonderlands. Enjoyed it. Understand some of the things discussed last time I was here. I had credits like 12 minutes though. You can actually skip those, Sammy boy. On each platform, there's a button you hold down to skip. On PC, it's escape. Now, the game doesn't tell you this until you're hitting the button. That's kind of counterintuitive, but yeah, you can skip the credits on all platforms. I didn't know that until like 5 minutes in on my first playthrough. My first playthrough was like before launch, so I didn't have Twitch chat here to tell me what to do. Digiclone ammo regen. Mitigate lost stickies. 30% of how big of a mag, though? Like, Torg shotguns have mags of 3 or 5. Like, if I went with the lower damage Tiggs Boom for the 5 mag, I could, with mag size boosts and tree, have a 7 mag. If I took mag size on Artifact, I could have a 10 mag. If I took mag size on class mod, I could have a 11 mag. If I had Torg Company Man class mod, or Torg Company Man mag size on top of that, what, 13 mag? 13 mag. And maybe at that point, I could have enough for Tiggs Boom to work better. But for sticky guns, I'm still not so sure. Give Zane some for the road. Unless Redline. I think the issue with Redline would be that, like, it'd be too hard to get the dots to do anything, because it's a lot of little hits that are multiplying each other. Which works out favorably when you're trying to just kill the target. But I think the stickies would just kill before we ever notice the dot. Last one, Trevinator. Have Trevinator. We tried that yesterday. It worked out surprisingly well. Worked out surprisingly well. TKs? Maybe TKs. We have a lot of accuracy, so we could force that to do something. Let's try slow hand first. Let's try slow hand. Omniloader tech is cool, but I need inventory. Where's the other one? I have too much shit in here. There it is. Somehow activated Google Assistant by talking about Tiggs Boom. Amazing. Let's go back to Rad over here. Yeah, Shocker would outdo Kill-A-Wisp. Switch fire style on Torg, it activates stickies though, and you also can't ADS while doing that, can you? Let's see. Well, it doesn't technically take you out of ADS. Hang on. Like, I'm still in the ADS camera here. Okay. That has potential. We'll Slow hand seems good. Slow hand seems very good. I need to shoot less, though. Yeah, that's just the natural dot. Hang on, this is cracked. Not my favorite gun from BO2, put it in work. So, Mr. Stone Sean has done a lot of work with the slow hand for dot stuff on Amara. It turns out it's just also good for dot stuff on Zane. I'm starting to think I do want more mag size on this though, chat. Because, reloading is causing me problems. Yeah, look at that huge rad dot. I'm also unsure if this is a weapon where I aim at the head or aim at the feet. Feet seems to be working out. But ideally I shoot through the head and hit the ground, right? Aim it everywhere. Takeaway seems to be weapons with impact explosions are cracked. Yeah. Yeah, that's the common thread, isn't it? Well, there's exceptions. Like, Redistributor is pretty good with this, too. But yeah, yeah. Let's get some corrosive damage bonuses going. Well, slow hand's the only thing that's compared to the recursion for that so far. Fired more. Yeah, definitely more mag size. You think I could get away with a higher mag on this thing? You losing 10% damage for 2 more in the mag, that doesn't seem worth. It consumes 2 ammo, that's just 1 more shot. I guess with mag size boost it's 2 more shots. How much damage to Valk's hit projectiles are faster? Amara moment. Definitely favors a multi-target environment, but that's fine. Yeah, we have a beacon for that. Beacon. Beacon supremacy. Zane using the best guns in BL3. Like, these are some of the coolest guns, though. At least in my opinion. Like, Beacon's sick. Recursion is cool and underappreciated. Recursion, to me, represents the fact that a lot of people think you need game-breaking bugs for certain things to be good, when those things are just good but happen to also have game-breaking bugs. And then they can still be good beyond the existence of those bugs. Think Pipe Bomb, Recursion. Two very downplayed things that have always been good. It's just at one point in time, they had a little bit of extra help from the game, you know? The big thing we're missing out on here is, you don't have Ant outside of Barrier. We could get a lot of damage by having, say, a Toboggan, or an Amp Shield. The thing is, running the Toboggan would mean no Icebreaker. Oh yeah, if I freeze them, I just aim for the natural crit. Yeah, that's definitely the play. Ass Omnom would be spicy damage. It would. It would. Like, I'm already able to get elemental bonuses there, so that's not a fresh molt, whereas an Omnom would be. Yeah. You know, let's do that. Let's do that. Also, Priz said ass Omnom would be spicy. Depends on what food you ate. Omnom Beacon is peak most days. Zane have any skills that heal his shield? Sentinel's got an augment that does that when Sentinel uses that specific attack on an enemy, but it has a 2-second cooldown and it doesn't heal very much. There's an augment for Digiclone that whenever the clone takes damage, you get that back for your shield. And then if you have 1 stack of Futility Belt, which means 1 stack of kill skills of your possible 2, you have Bloodletter. Well, it's not quite Bloodletter, but you have Shield Steal. Just cursed. That a 237 mil from the slow hand? I think it was. Oh yeah, we're getting 7 mil dots with this thing now? That's what it feels like on my BL3 gears turn into grunt. It just takes a certain kind of build sometimes, Ken. Like, Zane is my least favorite of the characters. I just don't generally enjoy playing Zane, especially on gun builds. But here I am, second day of just shooting guns on Zane in a row, because sometimes it just takes a cool interaction. And that can apply to your enthusiasm for the whole game as well. I maybe want to go less splash radius? I don't know. Because hitting myself isn't my favorite thing here. But, like, also, this is good. A little bit of ouchie. Just let me put my barrier back up, please. Thank you. Okay. Now we're good. We just stand in the barrier. I'm gonna be honest, I can't see. Ellie crit? Yeah. Ellie crit slow hand. I want to keep the firecracker so I don't forget about it, because I want to do firecracker stuff on other characters. Can't see, so like something new. Don't call me out like that. Yeah, that's nice. They freeze so easily from this amount of brain freeze that I can just then line up the crit naturally. Hey Beef, how you doing? Someone who spent 30% of their BL2 playtime as Krieg, visual pollution is normal. Checks out. Anything yesterday? I did. Lost track of what time it was. I never know what time or day it is, Beef. You're good. You're among friends. Simplify the wedding invite debuff effect for me, trying to understand things. So, up to 4 times, shooting an enemy with a wedding invitation or hitting them with a ricochet from a wedding invitation makes them take more from cryo and more from fire. They're different numbers. One is higher than the other, I forget which, but it stacks up to 4 times. So, yeah, it's also when you hear the call sound, basically. So hitting a crit or hitting them with a ricochet. So you hear that sound, 1 stack. Hear it again, 2 stacks. Hear it again, 3 stacks, etc. Having additional projectiles makes it stack up faster. So like, let's say you're Zane with Playing Dirty and Infernal Wish. Well, each time you pull the trigger, that's 3 bullets. So you could be applying 3 stacks at once. Basically, the more you crit an enemy or ricochet them, the more did they take from fire and cryo. If you're not using a rad beacon, then probably radical. But we are using a rad beacon, so it's fine. We have a rad beacon that moonlights as a corrosive beacon. Yeah, more bag size would definitely be nice. Thanks, Recursion. Very cool. Dots taking on the shield. That was also a corrosive dot against the shield, should note. And I don't have as many corrosive boosts on right now as I could. Actually, maybe I do. Yeah, you can't double roll corrosive on there. I don't have a way of getting another corrosive dot. Short of hitting harder, but like more gun damage, I guess, would have made that dot bigger. That's the thing with using the recursion with Hustler, right? You don't need the radius. The radius just helps the hollow points and rat explosions. Status damage, if nothing else. We don't have a way of getting that because the gun anoint there didn't seem to apply to Arm and Flint in testing. Feel free to correct me, Stone Swan. And the only other one we can get is Executor. Ooh, it rolls on artifact? I thought that was status chance. Did not apply? Cool. Status chance on artifact. I did have an idea, anoint wise though. We had idea. Hang on. I won't forget you, Firecracker. Forever in my heart. On class mod then? No, it's maybe in the files, but it's not available. This anoint. Happy Tuesday, Stomp. This is Global V2. So it won't apply to, like, our shot, but it could help finish off some weaker enemies. And I've always wanted some good use cases for that. Okay, what were some of the other weapons we were thinking about? And how much VM would that double up the circle without num? Yeah. I guess that means move speed there could have value. Death Grip. Death Grip is one. Good idea, Ken. Crit. Yeah, let's wait, more shotguns. Something Hellwalker. Person go airborne for it then. Yeah. Airborne maths out better. Like I have an airborne insider somewhere. There it is. But I like the idea. Okay. I want to grab the death grip, but like the problem is so many of these things are shotguns. Like normally I'm the Hyperion shotgun guy, but there's a lot of Malawan shotguns happening too. You know, Slowhand's another Hyperion shotgun, so all is right in the world. But we got Recursion, we got Insider, Death Grip would be another one, Trevenator's another one. Subruin is fun. You want more V2, get shotgun damage and artifact. Gun, so only global V2 goes into the arm and flint dot. Like the gun only V2 will go into the impact damage, but it won't get dipped again by the dot. That's why we want global V2. Like that's why the icebreaker mult is so important here. Because like we could go splatter gun, but that's shotgun only V2. And only while you're sliding. Thinking for the corrosive shotty. Rad isn't helping. Yeah. Yeah. I can just have a full-time corrosive one. I guess Rad is helping that, right? But minimal. Mag size? And there's also the question, yeah, I was about to go there. Does Flesh Melter just have more value than Icebreaker when using the corrosive one? Skipping past that Infinity in the ground? We sure are. Like, we lose the V2 from that, but we could just use 150 over 90 and Flesh Melter. How do we feel about that? I'd have to get rid of that for something else. I could run ASC Corrosive though. Sounds good. All right, let's try that. This is about to become another save. I can't handle this shit. We'll drop the executors because this has just been Hustler Town for a while. I'll make a separate save for the non-gun stuff with executor. Pain. Save count increment, it's about to. You consider Kibs yet? I feel like Kibs is like the projectile pattern is awkward for these purposes. Like you get the two next to each other, and I kind of doubt the ability for it to do what the beacon's doing. I should try it. I'm skeptical though. Elemental Science boosters boost status, damage, and chance. I don't want to get addicted to that, but that sounds like that could be fun here. Wait, yeah, that's just only 10% dot damage, 25 chance. Can you check which attribute that is? Does it happen to be whatever the executor gives? For like status damage? Scale? Okay. Yeah, so that should be big here. Yeah, additive with that. Okay, that just means for Hustler, yeah, you run the Science booster. And then you get that mult. Mr. Skeptical. Okay, so here's what we'll do. We'll pop over to Sanctuary to grab that booster while I make yet another slow hand. We're going Corrosive. Going High Health Breaker. Flesh Melter. Victory Rush. Mag size. The kid's worth isn't worth it. Well done. That got a smile out of me. Corrosive ASU 50 here. I guess I could just run that, because I don't want its piss washing off my dots. Yeah, I don't want piss to wash. Kalani, why are you deleting your own messages? Why not? Fair point. I do not have an answer to that question. Oh, that's the wrong button. Buy booster. There we go. Doing a little bit of elemental powder. Take your dosage of elemental powder responsibly, chat. It's funny you could do that. Yeah, I didn't know you could. CZ, why did you delete Pup T's message? Honestly, I'm fucking done with you at this point. That a G Fuel reference? I'm not well versed in the G Fuel deep lore. Is elemental powder best taken, eaten, snorted, or injected? Thank you for testing? We're drinking G Fuel in high school. See, we're fans of advanced around here. You could use code QUAG. See, there you go. Tree Boy's got it. The corrosive on flesh matchup is a little rough before Flesh Melter gets rolling. Now that it's on, I think that was a 13 mil dot tick while it was like, while that enemy was high HP. Flesh Melter's rough. Because, we're not Amara. We don't have Clear the Mind to be like, hey, this matchup is fine. But against armored enemies, it do be doing the thing. As much as I'm told Consec is a good anointment, aim makes Helen look she's same body. Well, luckily with Consec, it doesn't actually reset when you miss. So you don't need to hit with guns. You can just hit with dots, you know, with grenades. You're all good. Why is Quag shooting gun? Cause new toy. New toy. How you doing, Don? Thank you for the Prime for the 30 months. Prime Gaming. Make that Hex put in work. That did what I hoped.
Why has Quag shooting gun?
Grind your BL3 gears. I like Quack does landing. Oof. Call me Mr. Steelio Man. CMT any good outside of healing those? It's like fine. But it does get a lot more lip service than its actual power can justify. Let's put it that way. There's no real case where the CMT beats out a Hex for damage dealing or general utility. Our Russian offensive. Ouchies. Armored enemies. Lol. So yeah, against armor, this is pretty sick. I still think Icebreaker's the consistency pick. This ain't bad. Until you blow yourself up. I don't even know what I hit. Oh. Ammo's a thing. Go Gadget Beacon. Look how much damage that shit does. Beacon sweet spotting is definitely my favorite new thing we've started doing. Clear favorites in BO2. I actually enjoy all the Vault Hunters in BO3, which I find odd. It's just a step up in character design, Tree Boy. That's what it amounts to. You simply have more flexibility in what you can do with every Vault Hunter in this game compared to every other game Gearbox has ever made. It's just how it is. Whether you like the characters or not, whether you like the gameplay or not, whether you like the creative choices or not, it is simply objective reality that you have more build choices. Now, the way some people try to go with that when they're very close-minded is they try to downplay and be like, well, that's just because balance is bad. This is also the best balanced Borderlands game they've ever given us. You actually do the end game in this one. And endgame activities have variety and difficulty. Some of them have multiple difficulty options. It's just, you have more wiggle room in every area in this game. Now, there's some features that are definitely misses, but that applies to every game. Still like 2 more, find myself playing 3 a lot more as of late. That's one of those things that I think it's important to look at it the way you are and separate it out. Like, I'm not saying you can't like one more than the other. It's just acknowledging the objective reality of the situation. Like, certain things are simply done better in one area than the other. Like, as someone who just doesn't really care for 2 at all, there's some things that 2 does better. I think that having to earn your difficulty levels, remove it from the fact that OP levels themselves weren't balanced well. that gear wasn't adjusted enough to match. But I think having to do a high-end activity to earn a difficulty level was a good feature that I wish Borderlands 3 had. I think Borderlands 2 caters better to play through challenge runners and one-lifers. Like, there's things that I do think that game just does better. But acknowledging the upsides of something you might not even prefer over something else is kind of a lost art. Show me a TD or 0 run to 80 versus any BL3 challenge would be easier and more fun in BL3. It all depends on what you're doing specifically, right? Like, people did gearless Krieg in BL2. You can do gearless Moze or Flak or Zane or Amara in BL3. I don't think something like a gearless Gage would go all that well. Just a guess, though. Gearless Maya is probably pretty shite. But yeah, back on topic. It's like, I fully encourage having a personal preference among the games. Just accepting reality in the course of that is important. Like, there's a lot of copium from people who think that they can't like a game if they acknowledge that it's weak in an area. Like, you'll see some people saying, but BL2 has more endgame. Lol. That'd be like if I said, but Wonderland's UI is great. Love that game, but that game's UI has taken years off of my fucking life. Or a game that takes 10 times longer to farm stuff. It actually doesn't. It takes less time to farm stuff in BL2. Funny enough. Because the actual drop rates of items from dedicated farms are not dissimilar. In many cases. And the amount of part combinations each individual item has, far lower. Also, the gap in performance between the ideal version of an item and a lesser version of an item is smaller in that game. So you can settle more easily, you spend less time farming stuff, and it's less frustrating to keep getting less than ideal versions of an item you want. Farming's actually significantly easier in BL2. That's one of its strengths. I actually prefer BL2's part system to BL3's massively because of that. Because, like, look at BL2 class mods, where you have a swing of, what, a skill point, and then the passive on it is a range. So, like, that one Krieg one could be 66 to 100 or some shit like that. Correct me, people who remember this shit. Whereas, in BL3, you have literal millions of part combinations for class mods and artifacts. It's like, I know which system I'd rather have. Runs worse because of save stations. That's true. Map traversal is definitely something that's improved. You know, being able to spawn in at a checkpoint rather than area start helps a lot of farms. That's the kind of thing that a good sequel always improves, right? Quality of life. I still have the Flesh Melter on. I guess it makes sense because the ASE 50 is still going to be benefiting once it's been stacked up. Oh yeah, I got a sweet spot. Legendary Reaper anywhere from 44 to 99. Thank you, Ken. So 44 to 99, but it's the only stat that changes. Other than which skill point got which distribution in the case of some class mods, if I'm remembering correctly. Whereas if we look at this thing, you've got 3 different skills, all of which can roll up to 5 points. So you need to roll the same part 5 times to get this to happen, and not roll any of the other part possibilities. And then you have 60 class mod passives off the top of my head. 60 different ones, one of which can roll twice. Sorry, all the skills are plus 5? Cool. All the blues in 2 are as rough as the Legos in 3 for comms? No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No. Visual aid. Visual aid. Here we go. Let's go with Bounty Hunter. And once again, this is something I'm chalking up as a W for BL2. Something BL2 did better that I want to return. Prefacing that. So, this is Flax Bounty Hunter class mod. This is one of the best class mods in the game. It's so good skill-wise that you don't really need to care which skill roll you're getting. There are some that are better than others, but it's like, hey, are you getting the S+ skill or the A+ skill? You know, it's like, whatever, take what you can get, because, oof. But if we go to skills, you see, and this is one of the more forgiving ones because Most Dangerous Game is only a 3-pointer. Hunter's Eye can get up to 5. Most Dangerous Game can get up to 3. Frenzy can get up to 5. So if you wanted, say, a 5 Hunter's Eye roll, which is, in most cases, optimal for Bounty Hunter usage, you need to roll that same part 5 separate times, which is already a lot compared to BL2 comps. That's already a lot. Keep in mind, as Ken described, Legendary Reaper always gets +5 to all of its skills. That part doesn't even change comparing to a Krieg comp. But then you have the stats here. And all of these things, you get 3 passive slots. The way class mods in BL3 work is you have 2 primary slots and 1 secondary slot. Now, because it's weird, and I think this is an oversight, Maliwan Accuracy can double roll, so you can get that one twice. So getting it in your primary slot does not exclude it from your secondary slot. But with everything else, with the exception of Amara being able to roll a blank passive, so she has more variance than the other characters do because, I don't know, they fucked up. You can get each of these once. Now, certain manufacturers have more available passives than others, but they can all roll with each other. So you have in the damage category, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 1 for each weapon type. How many weapon types do we have? Pistol, shotgun, SMG, AR, sniper, heavy. Did I forget any? So just 6. So that's 13 different passives in that category. And then over here, you have health, 14, health regen, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and you have one for each element. So you have radiation, corrosive, fire, cryo, shock. That's another 5. So we're up to 24 different stats you can roll on class mods already. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, and considering Mallow and accuracy can double roll, that makes it effectively 70. 70 different stats you can have on a class mod, not including skills. Obligatory nice. And artifacts are, certain artifacts I should say, are even worse. Company Man in particular is worse. Nice, but with an asterisk, yes. So this is one of the biggest examples people mean when they talk about how the part system has gotten out of control, because this problem also got even worse in Wonderlands. It got downplayed a lot in BL3, and then it led to Gearbox being like, oh yeah, we'll just make it more of a problem. Getting any specific role of a class mod is like crazy. And it's not just God roll. That's a common thing people go right to. We're not saying you need any perfect combination of all of these parts. That is something that is statistically never gonna fucking happen. But you don't need to jump all the way to that point, because we're not saying that. We're saying getting anything you want at all is harder. If you wanted even 2 stats, just 2 specific things. Let's throw skills in the mix here. If you wanted 2 specific things, if you want a single point of Most Dangerous Game and a splash damage passive on a bounty hunter, that is still so extremely unlikely. Because think about it. You need to get you have 5 chances to get the skill you want out of a pool of 13. So 5 of those will be 3 of those will be the skill you want. So you have 5 chances out of 3 and 13 for the skill. Already enough to say, hey, that's a BL2 item. That's like a BL2 gun. BL2 class mod's already easier than that. And then you have the passives, of which, as we described, there's, in this particular theoretical case, 69 different passives. So you have a 3 and 69. Nice. You have a 3 and 13 and a 3 and 69 that you have to win both of those rolls to get just 2 specific things you want on a class mod. Just 2 out of the 8 different effective slots. So for 1/4 of your item to match your needs, it's like more rare than anything in Borderlands 2. Yeah, we're not talking perfect items. Perfect items, you start getting to utterly ridiculous calculations. Like, for example, if you wanted a white elephant with every single part of it matching your specific needs, considering the drop rate of the white elephant is about 1.2% from its dedicated drop source. And if it took you, let's say, 25 seconds to do a full kill round trip and load back in, that's assuming you have a decent PC, you're able to one-shot the boss, it would still take you, and we calculated this, over 100 years on average. 100 years of farming and never stopping. BL3 part system is not player friendly in the slightest. Bring it back the BL2 part set. And yes, Wonderlands is even worse about that, because there's just even more parts. Bring it back to just everyone caring about matching grip. Yeah, if your gun has 3 different parts, a scope and an element that can change, you know, 5 points of variance, then, like, that's fine. But, here, pulling back a visual aid again. This is my favorite one to do for this. We pulled up the Skull Masher on Loot Lemon. And if we go to variants, it looks all clean and neat here, you know. Weapon parts, variants, anointment possible, element locked, that's cool, that's a W for it. If we click on parts, there are so many different part combinations for this gun that it has a scroll bar. The parts window has a scroll bar. And your performance of a Skull Masher is massively affected by your parts. It's not just like a 10%, 15%, let's be super generous and call it a 30% total damage swing. It's not like that. We're talking a damage swing of 50%, if not more. We are talking having twice the effective recoil, and we're talking the reload mechanism of the gun changing. Like, you lose your speed loader if you get the wrong mag part. So instead of reloading with the box mag, you go 1 bullet at a time. You have twice the recoil. You have half the damage. And that's before anointments, which are a whole extra layer. Luckily, anointments, they gave us the ability to re-roll at the cost of Iridium a year and a half after the game came out. Turn off that capture. What are some highlight weapons for Zaddy's nervous squirting apart from peak? Recursion, really good. Slow hand, really good. Insider, really good. Redistributor, Smog. Those all worked out very well. Why does a bad roll still feel good in BO3 though? Because player power in BO3 is overall higher. You have more support for your damage output through other slots, and your guns as a whole, in many cases, mean less than other parts of your kit. For example, I could have the worst possible recursion roll and still perform fine because A, the recursion is good, B, the interactions supporting it are more of the performance of the gun than the raw stats of the gun, such as the Hustler Racer interaction, giving huge overall multipliers. But also because artifacts and class mods have absurd impact on your overall power. Like, if we look at the stats on this artifact, this mag size passive is 72.5%. It rounds up, but it's 72.5. Now, 72.5% from one passive slot, whereas Zane's mag size skill is 8.3% per point. So you get 24.9 for 3 skill points, yet you get almost triple that from one passive. So skill tree value versus gear value. And then for damage output, not just quality of life, this 55% area of effect damage passive, this is splash damage. Only Moze and Amara get that bonus in their skill trees at all, and all of Moze and Amara's splash damage skills are smaller than that value. This passive, when you gotten in slot 2 or 3 of a traditional prefix-suffix artifact like this, also gives you splash radius, which only Moze gets in skill tree, and even then, only on a skill that's only active some of the time. You just get more support from your gear in this game and player power in both skill trees and gear is higher. For reference, every single enemy that can be one-shot in this game has been one-shot by every character with 0 skill points. Because gear. But those one-shots require a lot of specific stuff happening. And in many cases, it's things like getting this splash passive on this item slot that has, if we're being conservative about it, hundreds of thousands of different iterations. As opposed to artifacts, or relics, I should say, in Borderlands 2, where they're literally locked in some cases. You get the stats you want. The closest thing we have to that in this game is the limited passive pool artifacts, such as the Pearl, the Electric Banjo, Unleash the Dragon, which have very limited stat pools. And that's close. I think if more of the artifacts in the game worked like that, it would be less of a problem. But, you know, that's just pointing back to BO2 part set being more player-friendly. And since Priz was surprised I didn't bring up the conference call thing, let me actually... I have this bookmarked. I did do a calculation of this a while ago. I do have it bookmarked. Ignoring sites because I'm nice. BO2 conference call. 5 grip variants, 5 stock variants, 7 accessory variants, 5 elements, 875 combinations. Now we're not including waiting for this. Sorry about getting things off topic. Oh, no. True boy. Nothing to be sorry about. We chat about nerdy shit here, and I like having visual aids and like backing up my claims about this stuff because there's a lot of opinions in this area, and I try to be as scientific as possible. And I think this leads to greater community understanding of this stuff, and it's also just kind of fun to go over. So you didn't do anything. No, we're just chatting. We're chilling. We're all good. Always welcome questions. Always welcome discussion. All that. Science, bitch. Hey, Vocal. So yeah, keep in mind that parts have weighting. A lot of parts have different weighting. So what this means is, for example, you might be more likely to get one accessory than another, depending on what value they assign to it. And certain parts are dependent on other parts. These calculations do not acknowledge those things because I couldn't be fucking bothered at the time. But basically, BL2 conference call, 875 combinations. If we ignore scopes because they don't affect the output of the gun, and we ignore weighting. Your dedicated rates for that were, you have a 4.2% chance from Handsome Sorcerer, you have a 1.25% chance from Warrior, you also have an 11.25, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, from the Moonshot. So Moonshot farming is, or 12.5% from Moonshot, I remember. You have 12.5% from save quitting the Moonshot Kill of the Warrior at the end of the story, which is a very specific farm, but we'll be generous and go off of that. 1/8, thank you. So we'll assume 12.5%. Now, if we look at the BL3 version of the same gun, you have 2 grip variants, which is less, 2 mag, 4 foregrip, 2 barrel accessory, 2 body accessory, 4 shield, 6 elements, and then anointments, which, depending on which patch of the game, this number varies a lot, but we can assume about 56, not including deprecated and seasonal, and that's not a completely precise number, and that could be recounted, but we'll call it 56 for now. Could be a little higher, could be a little lower. Means you get 86,016 combinations of parts for the conference call. And the dedicated drop chance of a conference call in BL3 is 15% from Judge Hightower. So only 2.5% higher drop rate in a dedicated farm, which you might immediately think, oh, that means you get it faster. It means you get a version faster, sure. But that does not math. That is not equivalent, because 100 times more combinations, but not 100 times more drop rate, which is what it would need to be equal in terms of getting the roll you want at the same rate. Assuming the farm took an exactly equal amount of time, it doesn't. BL21 is slightly faster. Less distance to travel, less combat. No combat in the case of Moonshot. So it's a slower farm with a slightly higher drop rate, but a much lower chance of getting the version of the item you want. This is how most items that came back from previous games end up working out in this one. Especially the Sandhawk is another big example, because Dahl guns, you have fire mode is another variable here. And while you can get good value out of any fire mode of Sandhawk, which one you want depends on the build. So, like, you can build around a semi-automatic Sandhawk, and it makes a pretty good traditional sniper rifle. But that's not why most people want it. Most people want full auto, mag dump, melt a target, move on whatever build they have a free weapon slot on. You can get value out of a burst fire Sandhawk on Digiclone for Zane, but that's about the only practical use case of a burst over the other two modes. In other cases, you're just kind of settling. So that's a whole extra thing with that. Worth noting that without a noise being considered, there's still more BL3 variations. Yeah, that too. This is from the forums? No, this is from me. I did this in Discord a while ago. What about Amara? For what, Sandhawk use cases? You can do either the single shot or the fully automatic flavors of Sandhawk to great effect. Both are good. She uses both very effectively. It's just, with burst fire specifically, it's just worse than either of the others. So for BL3 Sandhawk, you get, as with all Dahl weapons that have variable fire modes, you get 2 of the 3. So you can get either auto burst, auto semi-automatic, and so on. Are the elements in BL3 weighted equally? No. Now, non-elemental is weighted higher, but guns that don't have non-elemental as an option, those will all be weighted equally. But if a gun has non-elemental, that is a majority of your drop rate chance. So this particularly comes in with the Boom Sickle is a great example. Sickle as a gun is very mid. Boom Sickle as a gun is extremely good, but that is one specific part that changes the sickle into a Boom Sickle. However, you also have to deal with elements, you also have to deal with annoyance, and then you do still have 1 or 2 parts that can vary your damage and recoil and things like that. Non-LA 70%. It's either 60 or 70. I don't remember offhand. No, it's 1 in 14 for an element BL2 on guns that can roll elements. I think it's similar. Let me... Loot Lemon has this info, I'm pretty sure. Let me go to... I don't remember offhand. Do they not have that anymore? I feel like at one point in time they had the elemental percentage chances. I guess that oh no, here it is. It just moved. Yeah, here it is. 8.2% for each of the elements, and then the remainder is non-elemental. So what, that's, ignore me for not being awake enough to do math properly. That's 50% for non-elemental? $59%? There you go. Thank you. So 59% chance for non-elemental. Let's assume you roll the 41% chance to get elemental. Then you need to roll the 1 in 5 to get the element you want from that point. And then you want the boom part, which is another 8.3% chance. So getting the boom part is as likely overall as getting an element, and you want both. That's just 2 parts on the entirety of the gun. Whereas if we look at the others, it still has a variable scope, which doesn't matter, has a variable rail, which is just accuracy versus reload speed, pretty minor. Variable foregrip, which is, again, accuracy versus recoil, again, minor, that's forgiving, we can ignore those. But the grip still has damage swing. For example, the difference between grip 1 and grip 3 is overall 10% damage, which is about as much as the difference between top roll and bottom roll for a lot of BL2 guns. .024% chance for a specific elemental boomsicle from Anointed X4. I did the math once for this. Thank you, CZ. So 1% for the correct drop. It's not applied to snipers for some reason. That's interesting. If you look at bursts in other games such as Call of Duty or Left 4 Dead 2, you see their burst fires complete much faster. That's not a uniform thing in this game either. Snowspawn. Like, depending on gun, the burst can be better than full auto. Nighthawken is an example of this. Burst fire is the preferred role for the Nighthawken because you can spam the trigger on that and it'll shoot faster than a full auto one will. Proprietary license is burst fire that shoots faster than full auto, though it's not variable. I figured I'd include that here. What are the chances for elemental on a gun that can't get all elements like a flacker? Yeah, 10.9% for fire, 10.9% for rad, and then the rest is non-LE. Pain. It's funny that out of context it sounds like BL3 more, BL3 better, but the overarching point is that BL3 part's bad. Right. Too much can be a bad thing, and that's where we got with this part set. BL3 controls question, my sprint set the hold, just supposed to work, that I have to press sprint again after a slide? Yes. Have I gotten used to other games' superior movement controls where you just hold sprint in between slides? Yes. So yeah, sorry for the wordy conversation. But it's a cool topic, and I think visual aids are important when discussing things like this. Of course, there are examples of fast burst weapons. I'm just saying I've noticed that generally the burst fires in Lands franchise are much slower than in other games. Yeah, that's true, and there's also the fact that, in the case of doll guns in this game, semi-automatic gets a damage bonus. 10%. So if you're putting out more rounds, full auto is better. And if you want raw damage, semi-auto is better. Burst fire just fails at both. So you don't run burst unless you're using a weapon that has no choice. Exception being Digiclone, as I said before, mostly because that was a good eraser. Mostly because Digiclone already fires in bursts. Ooh, we got the good split. Let's go. 10% at least pre-molt. Yeah, it's its own thing. Echo 2. Oops. Me not math. Glad there's a community to do all the work for me. It's reversed. Better? Someone's got boobs on the brain. I've been caught in 4K. How you doing, Felicia? Yeah, let's go back to Icebreaker with Rad. I want to run... I have this one. I want to run that. With that. I guess I should run a different one on Beacon, but I love Ellie Crit. It's so good. We'll keep running it. One more Malawan run, and then I want to take this to Slaughter Star. See how that goes. Didn't know that was a thing until today. Oh, there you go. Is the Underbarrel 1 and 6? Loot Lemon said it's the same as an element. It's the same value. Cat is needy. Cats be like. Right, cat? Cat. How does Zane Tech interact with Hustler? On the same train of thought, how would Reflux do? So Reflux is not gonna do a lot of damage per hit, so we wouldn't be getting big dots off of it. Doesn't really benefit much from forcing additional crits, really. But the way it interacts with Hustler is just Hustler gives us a chance to trigger it on body shots. We're kind of just using Hustler like discount Megavore in this setup, but since we have Hustler and we're going all the way down to Arm and Flint, we just take Eraser. So Eraser stuff's also happening. So 1.024% is an overestimate. Nice. Juicy dot. By the way, it's where it's from my OG combat. The calc was for any element and it's still double the percent. Amazing. And to reiterate, Boomstickle is not something you, like, settle. Like, there's no, oh, I'll just take, you know, take the next best. No, it's, if it doesn't have the boom part, it's actually just a completely different gun mechanically. Like, there's several guns that work that way, that are more formally called different guns. Like, the Bangarang is just a Gunnerang with an additional part. But they are kind of more clearly defined as different guns. Embrace the Pain and Pain Its Power is the same gun. All of the Wave shotguns are the same gun, the TK's ones, with just different parts. Kings and Queens Call are the same gun in different elements. So one part can make or break a gun. In those instances, Echo Breeder, yeah, that's another one. And then you have guns that remain the same gun, but their performance changes massively depending on whether you got one part or not. For example, getting a Monarch in an extra projectile variant kind of kills the value of the gun because your uptime shifts to more reloading than shooting. So your overall DPS goes down unless you somehow have infinite ammo without reloading, which is difficult to achieve with that amount of consumption. A Butcher. If you get a Butcher in the extra projectile variant, the gun's effect literally cannot keep up with the consumption. It goes to the point where if you were to trigger the effect on every single shot, you still run out of ammo. And you won't trigger the effect on every single shot. Getting a Shredifier that's not a Super Shred in ×2 just has massively lower DPS in general. While getting any Vladoff gun that's capable of rolling an additional barrel versus a bipod is just an L if you get the bipod. Dot finished it there. That was spicy. Another gun popped in my head with this Alchemist. So Alchemist is interesting because you can use it for self-damage that doesn't require you to shoot your feet. And that's useful on some speedrun tech for both Zane and Amara. I'm sure other characters can do stuff with it as well, but those are the ones that I've personally done speedrun stuff with the gun. It's quite nice. In terms of damage output, I don't know how it holds up nowadays. I'm curious. Maximized Alchemist. It's a sticky gun, so like it should be at least okay if you can just force enough projectiles out. But it is unfortunately a Torg AR, and the deck is kind of stacked against those. There we go, that was a good one. I need multiple targets to get good dots off with the slow hand without having the amp in the Omnom circle. But it's ideal on a Shredderfire then, farming them kind of at the moment. In most cases, you're going to want the additional barrel and the ×2, because that just kicks out the most bullets. And in terms of the characters that are going to be able to get any value, they just want to spam rounds as much as possible. What does Super Prefix actually do? Super Prefix is granted by having the additional barrel. What Hyperion Shield is on that? The damage one. Alchemist Transformer equals Diet Anointed Stopgap. It's a way of refilling your shield for free as you shoot, yeah. Keep in mind, Transformer as a defensive shield only works favorably if you do not have bonus elements in your kit. Even shock bonus elements will bypass the defensive capabilities of the Transformer, to the point where you need to limit your anointment choices and your skill choices on certain characters. And it kind of becomes more trouble than it's worth. Like, Red Suit doesn't have this problem. That's why you see, well, it's part of why you see more builds that are committing to, say, just Rad as an element. Because you can still use any kind of radiation bonus elements you want with that, and, like, you still won't get hurt. Only the Torgear I could think of for this is Contained Blast. Yeah, we tried Contained Blast yesterday, and it's a good gun. It's just not for this setup. The mechanics of how it deals damage aren't really compatible with what we're going for. And that's why all this testing has been very nice. So, there's been some surprises. Like, I really did not expect the Beacon to slay out here, and Slowhand is doing better than anticipated as well. It's funny, first playthrough, I don't particularly like it either at high level. Yeah, it's one of those things that'll definitely do well for you. If you get, like, Transformer Alchemist in a playthrough or an arms race, it's really good. Just once you're at a point where you're doing some more freeform build crafting, it kind of has more cons than pros. Oh, that was a juicy one. It also occurred to me that I should probably have a Guardian Angel equipped in this setup for holding when I'm using Mantis. Like, with Omnom Circle and GA, I can just kill things with Mantis. You say it was big and juicy? Yeah, I'd say so. Good shit recursion. So yeah, I think Beacon is better single target, like always, over Slowhand. It's like, yeah, that. But Slowhand's got the good multi-target. Clean up those with recursion. Yeah, Beacon goes crazy hard. Which artifact am I using? I think I want like a corrosive bonus. Where's the one that has 1 and 1? Yeah, we'll do that. Because I don't have any corrosive molts outside of Guardian, right? Change that. Yeah, that's why. Oof. Beacon is good. Beacon is really fucking good. That's a usable Tiggs boom. Bearcat. I'm tempted, but I'm not that tempted. Oh, there's a Death Grip. Kinda wanted one. So should I have a... like a high health breaker or a mantis damage GA? No, this will be fine. This will be fine. Let's go over to my favorite of the slaughters. Slaughter Star, the underappreciated one. I do like all the slaughters for different things. Cistern is really interesting in a speedrunning environment. Slaughter Shaft is good XP, mob density. It's the most difficult COV mobbing outside of the Anvil. A lot of world drops. But Slaughter Star to me is just fun. There was a daily yesterday on one of the vault cards. Nice. I should check my vault card dailies actually. Make sure I'm on a correct card to get some progress on. Close to a chest there. That one's Cistern. That one's Shaft. Yeah, no star today. Killing Nogs. Yeah, I'll put on this one. 8 star. It's buggy and a little frustrating to speedrun, but casually it's really fun. I have very fond memories of using a Corrosive Dictator on Flak and Star at launch. Never unlocked one of the Hyperion SMGs from Volcar 2. I've save edited it for myself, but I've never spent keys on it. There you go. Happy? Ouch. It's a new tech, exclamation point OMF. Thank you, Super. Fallen Heroes, I think Scooter might still be falling too soon. Yeah, I am hitting myself quite a bit. That's eventually gonna be a problem. I wonder if Irradiate chance as a passive would be nice here, because then I could get the natural slow hand dot more consistently. That is a bunch of extra damage. I use the skill that prevents you from hitting yourself? You mean the skill I have appointed? Yeah, it doesn't protect you from dots. Doesn't protect you from seething sad. True. Only therapy can do that. That's fast. I didn't realize you died from dots. Yeah, that's because think about it this way: players are dealing, you know, at minimum in a competent build, millions of damage, right? Players only have tens of thousands of HP. So even one tick of my own dot is just gonna kill me. And this is a build that is built to get some extra value out of dots, so I'm gonna have an even tougher time surviving my own stuff. It's one of those amusing things, like, you'll see a lot of people who, for example, want Moze to have self-splash immunity. But the thing with that is, you would also need to give her a 99.9999998% damage reduction, like, overall damage reduction, for her dot not to kill her in one tick. Thing is, with that number I just listed, it'll still kill her in 2 ticks. So, it still doesn't matter. That's why you'll see a lot of Zane players who just use non-Ellie and cryo stuff, because those don't dot you. So, you don't have to worry about it. I ran out of shotgun ammo. Never done a dot-based builds, usually my dots don't deal that much damage. Oh, they do. It's just not something you're consciously aware of. See those 100k dot ticks? That's without using the tech that applies the strong dots in this build. 100k a tick is enough to kill my character. That was a lot. 120k? Yeah, that's enough to kill my character 3 times over per tick. And dots tick more than 1 time. Your dots are strong enough to kill you. Guess I just don't notice? Yeah, because for most builds, they're not really a noteworthy part of your overall damage output against enemies, so you just kind of don't really pay attention. And dots are one of the harder build types to get good value out of in this game, because it's hard to apply a dot without just using something that kills the enemy outright. Amara has the most dot synergy in this game, but with the recent Zane discovery that has spurred this testing in this build, Zane has the next most dot support. But like, asterisk next to that, it still doesn't hold a candle to what Amara is capable of. However, it's capable of some interesting stuff. Oh yeah, I'm using the cryo one. Let me... There we go. Kill things with Mantis for a little bit. Cousin Flint the Invincible. Hey, General Donut, like the beanie? Hey, I'm glad you do. It's my favorite one. How you doing? I apologize for that background noise. I have no idea what my neighbors are doing. Sounds like a leaf blower and a wood chipper, which I guess it's April. I guess that's less crazy. They were doing that shit in like November. It's obnoxious. What if the Guardian Angel is supposed to modify all damage initially? Oh yeah, absolutely. There is a 0% chance the Guardian Angel was an accident, because there is an attribute that applies that same stat only to guns. They didn't use that. It is actually this attribute, this one here. The damage bonus that this gives to your guns while ADSing, that. If Guardian Angel was only supposed to be for guns, it'd have just been that. Amara has a skill that uses that as well. As were asked about it, they did say it was unintended. They aren't changing it. I still take the whole, oh yeah, it was an accident thing with a grain of salt. I think that's disconnect from people who programmed it and the people who field the questions. Put it that way. Because that same person also said complex root isn't changing because they like it. So, grain of salt. Guardian Angel Nagata, base. That grenade is so sick. Damn it. Hail Mary. Slow hand the goat. Only recently learned it to that when I was watching someone do a grenades only run. Yeah, Guardian Angel is the ultimate stat stick. It's very good for any non-gun build archetype. Now, contrary to what a commonly held opinion would suggest, non-gun builds existed and were already dominant before Guardian Angel existed. What the Guardian Angel does is it just kind of enables some of the non-gun stuff that was never quite buffed into viability to do work. Like certain grenades are just kind of very iffy without the GA. Widowmaker comes to mind. With GA, Widowmaker's good. Without it, it's in that like almost category. You know, you can get fastball to a point where it is able to kill somewhat efficiently with a GA. Now, while it's true that there's a lot of non-gun stuff that benefits from GA that doesn't need it, example, gas call, fish slap, hunter seeker, you know, things of that tier that are already very, very good. They don't need it, but guess what? They were just as dominant before GA existed. I feel like the Guardian Angel gets a lot of hate. It enables more builds than it stifles. Stat stick done right. Yeah, a key thing about it as well that I think helps stop it from being this dominant force is it has competition. Guardian Angel is not the only stat stick of value in this game. Situationally, it's beaten out by the Unforgiven and the Psycho Stabber. And then there's other less popular and less generally powerful stat sticks, but they exist. Wyvern, yeah. Wyvern can beat it out in very specific setups. Due to GA not getting splash and wiped, and Wyvern having a bigger blade. Eruption and Execute are action intensive, but gear debuffs are amazing. Right. EMP5 gives you movement speed, which can sometimes be valuable enough to hold for longer periods of time. Blade Fury as a melee mult that at point blank range can lead to more than GA depending on what you have equipped. Ionic Disruptor changes your melee to shock, which is something that otherwise only Amara can do. Power creep's a problem everywhere? Yeah. Also, there's literally the option to just not use it. While I don't always agree that that should enter the conversation when it comes to balance, because there are some things that warp the game around them just by existing. For example, True Melee in this game never got the balance to be as central a concept as it is in, say, BL2 on Krieg and Zero, or Wonderlands with, like, any fucking character. Because it was always overshadowed by options that are simply better in every possible scenario and benefit from everything you could possibly give. So, like, different things that are melee damage have different base values. And that's before damage formula application. Punches have a lower base than all of the other melee options, but they also have more limited formula, more limited range, are slower and riskier. For example, the Stinger is more base damage than a punch, while being elemental, while being splash, while hitting multiple targets, while giving you other benefits, such as Stinger giving you a melee buff while your shield is full. Fish Slap, same story. More pros, none of the cons. Face Puncher Blade Fury have range and also have gun damage in their formula. They don't have the splash bit, well, most of the Blade Fury doesn't, but they add in gun damage, and they can be amped. They trigger effects multiple times per hit. Multiple times per shot, I should say. And that's a case of, it's not as simple as just don't use it, because the existence of those things has caused the other thing to not get the attention. Another case of this is over in Wonderlands, the Buffmeister. Simply the existence of the Buffmeister warped the player base's perception of the spell slot as a whole, to the point where at launch you had a lot of people running around saying you couldn't use spells for damage dealing. You could. You very much could. And it was already better than guns. But because there was one thing that drew so much attention, it warped the perception of how builds work. So it's not always as simple as just don't use it, but sometimes it can be. This is the point there. This is a fun build. Like the GA, because strong builds either don't use it or get stronger, it enables countless otherwise useless builds. Exactly that, Tree Boy. One of my favorite things to use Guardian Angel for is boosting the damage of Sentinel. I don't think anyone would seriously say that Sentinel is overpowered because of the Guardian Angel, right? And nobody was using Sentinel for damage before the Guardian Angel. Watch you during class. Hey, don't get in trouble. But I appreciate you watching. GA is the distance between you and Sentinel's target, or its distance? Between you and the target. Sentinel is considered an extension of you. So, like, Sentinel is more similar to, say, Rack Attack than it is an actual pet. It can't even be targeted, although it is considered a separate entity for the purpose of Trick of the Light bonus element. So, like, Sentinel cannot be targeted, and it cannot be killed. But the reason why it is the only pet that benefits from your Guardian Angel is because it's considered part of you, whereas other pets aren't completely. Like, you holding a GA doesn't buff Clone because he's got his own formula. However, you spawning him with a GA, well, his will buff him. Your GA won't buff Iron Cub or Flax Pets. It does work on Sentinel, though. Beep boop. Hey, Asa. How you doing? Bye, game. Okay, where are those going? Hit him that time. It's very hard to see through the screen shake and the visual pollution. Finish first DLC was okay, give it 7 out of 10. Hey, 7 out of 10 means there were things you liked about it, which I consider a W. Hey J Journey. I realize Infusion Face Puncher gives more body procs, shows how much I know about Amara. It's a weird interaction that doesn't make a whole lot of sense considering the same doesn't apply for Blade Fury. That's just a Face Puncher interaction. But yeah, that's why whenever I'm playing Amara, you usually see me have a times 14 Face Puncher and a point in Infusion. That means 28 body and mind per trigger pull. That's pretty spicy. Bonus here, so much slash. Yeah, it's one of those few cases where I can actually wholeheartedly endorse an extra projectile variant of a gun. More often than not in this game, and there's exceptions, but more often than not, the higher projectile count is inferior. Jacobs as a manufacturer pushes back on that a lot of the time, but not all the time. For example, Masher AR is a downgrade in almost every case. Blade Fury is sometimes an exception, but Masher is straight up worse on all of the other ARs. For Hyperion shotguns, a lot of them you go with the lower projectile count for ammo efficiency's sake. Same on Torg. Same on Vladoff, the exception of like the Super Shred-a-Fire. Oh, I hexed myself. Doesn't happen often, but it happened. No, the Beacon Nova! I was not being careful. Blowing myself up quite a bit. Skill issue. It's pretty much something I care about if I don't have some kind of regen refund going on. Accuracy through volume is usually my play due to dogshit usual accuracy. So the thing with that is, there's cases where that's how practical damage shielding lines up in this game. Like for example, if you can kill a target with a ×8 Monarch, before you hit a reload, then ×8 was optimal for that target over ×4. But if you can't, it's not. And generally you're in situations where you need more than one mag, either for an additional phase of the boss or for an additional target. There was a window of time where my preferred tool for dealing with Wotan's better half in the Malwan takedown on a lot of my builds was an airborne anointed. This was way back in the day before Mayhem 2.0. An airborne anointed max projectile corrosive dictator. You would put it in bipod mode beforehand, go up through the lift, and then dump the whole mag in the air and kill it before you touch the ground. And that worked because you killed it in that short period of time. Your entire goal was to dump as many rounds downrange in a second and a half as you could. And it worked. But in practical usage scenarios, you run into more in this game where you need the ability to sustain your fire more than you need extra shots packed into that window, especially because of how a lot of skills and effects will go off of the impact damage you dealt. For example, as Moe's, fewer projectiles is usually better because short fuse will trigger off of one of the projectiles. And the fewer you have, the more damage on each projectile you'll have. There's cases where more projectiles allows you to fish for procs more effectively. That's why you see, say, ×2 recursions on Zane doing Hustler stuff, because that just means more chances for Eraser, more chances for bounces. You don't care about less damage because it already does more than enough to kill everything. You just want more hits. On Flak, running a ×7 over ×14 reflux allows you to completely eliminate your need to ever reload, which will be more DPS. And Reflux doesn't actually get... I'm gonna die from that dot. Reflux doesn't actually get additional chains from being ×14. The cap is in the same place. Second DLC? Yeah, that's Guns, Love, and Tentacles. Problem is for my Mara, I don't have a 3 Illuminated Fist Muse yet, but it does damage with 1 point. Well, Illuminated Fist doesn't help body and mind. Illuminated Fist helps the face puncher. Keep in mind, you do not need to have melee damage to do face puncher damage on a Mara because of body and mind. And yeah, nobody who doesn't save edit has an Illuminated Fist +3 roll unless they kept it from level 65. It's also not worth using that because all your passives are smaller, and you just get more overall damage out of, say, getting an on-level splash passive and boosting body and mind. So, I don't think that's something to worry about. You don't need a 3 Illuminated Fist comp. Farming console sucks. Farming in general sucks. We did have the discussion about the L's of the part set earlier. I would like a return to a more simple part set a la BL2 TPS. That would alleviate a lot of the farming concerns. But one thing I do also want is them to stop making farms and stuff that encourage people to save edit or do read-only, which is diet save editing. Situations like the Becca. You can't farm the Becca in this game. You get 1 per character ever, that's it. There are no other means to get it on that character. You can't reset the crew challenges, it's not in the Diamond Armory, it can't world drop, it has no dedicated source, you can get 1 and that's it. So if, for example, you got your Becca before a level cap increase back in the day, that character is forever locked out. Becca does not have fixed parts. Becca does not have fixed annoyance. It's an unfarmable gun that everyone save edits because of that. Except that one time. Yeah. Becca was farmable for an event for 2 days before they removed that event. Becca isn't real. Becca can't hurt you. Execute a status damage. How high can it get? Kill skill increases 28%. If you have both death follows close and C in red. At least leave it as farmable. Yeah. Make a few thousand characters like I totally did in a legitimate God Roll Becca. Totally legitimate. A lot of people went and got the Becca at a time where it was not only not guaranteed to have Anoints, and Anoint rerolling didn't exist, but also this was before most of the level cap increases, and this was at a time where any weapon that did not drop directly from an enemy did not get Mayhem levels. So, yeah, there were a few weapons. This is at the start of Mayhem 2.0, in April of 2020. Where there were a bunch of items you could not legitimately get on level. Backburner, Skullmasher, Cocky Bastard, Becca. None of those were actually legitimately obtainable on level. April 23rd. Yep. Before a stealth cap? Yes. That was at level 57. We got level 60 with DLC 3. It's almost 3 years ago. What the hell even is time? It's crazy, Vocal. I don't know what to do with myself. Sometimes my mind still tells me, oh yeah, 2015 was just like a couple years ago. Oh, 2015 was 8 years ago. Can you not? I don't need this right now. Sorry. When was the Becca farm event? 53 or 57? I think it was 65. It was either 65 or 72, Chris. It was like much more recent. I want to say it was 65. But it could have been 72. It was 72? Cool, thank you. It was 72. mech ballista is badass. It is. Ballista arbalest. Cool stuff. I was in range for that? That's bullshit. I was very carefully jumping backwards. Go, go, gadget beacon. Beacon sweet spotting is so good. What I like about BL3's loot acquisition system is stuff drops on level. Yeah, that is a very nice thing. That's also a post-launch feature. That didn't come about until 2020 as well. Mid-2020, I want to say. For a while, you were able to get character level up to 2 below yours. It was insanely frustrating. That was a post-launch change to BL3, where they stopped that from being a thing. A huge W for post-launch support. You know what I haven't used on this run? This. Single target, so it's not going to do anything now, but... Brought over that terrible system. Why the fuck? Because, people will ask for even shit systems to come back out of nostalgia. But they removed that one, so we're good. Brought it back with the chaos level system, just not labeled as a level. Yeah. Yeah. You're not incorrect. Almost got bonked off the edge there. Indiscriminate face puncher, not a thing. Face punchers' projectiles are not bullets. Indiscriminate requires bullets. Thought I had something going. You could do that with Blade Fury. Blade Fury does indiscriminate, and those indiscriminate projectiles will body and mine. So that's pretty cool. The Blade Fury gets fewer single-target body and mine triggers, but it can do multi-target body and mine. Which is kind of a neat thing. It's not indiscriminate unless your aim is as bad as mine. You are among your people, Tree Boy. I am roasted for my aim regularly. Issue is you stream Borderlands. It's true. I aim better in other games. Still sometimes have my moments though. Like I've been grinding a lot of RE4 Remake. It's like getting all the unlockables and stuff. I've got to do my S+ professional run next. And I'm gonna need to learn how to fucking aim. because the bolt-action rifle does, like, massive amounts of damage if you hit headshots. There's a bunch of boss strats that are like, hey, this is a lot easier if you shoot this enemy 3 times in the head while it's trying to chainsaw your face off. Like, oh, shit, okay. 4 times, not 3. Close enough. Semantics. Graphical clutter comparatively doesn't exist in other franchises. Keyword comparatively, but yeah, Borderlands does take that way too far. Or I should say Gearbox does. Some of the effects are pretty, don't get me wrong, but like, why does Mantis need to have that? If you fired Mantis once every 30 seconds, that's appropriate, right? It's a huge, beefy visual effect that indicates power. Like, it makes sense. But Mantis has 5 charges on a base of 12-second cooldown. So you just... It's silly. Hey, Boom. How you doing? Taylor, and there's a chest there. Yeah, all the slaughters have a chest that opens up at the end. Saloon dot stuff? Yeah. We've had some interesting stuff happening. Sweet spotting with a beacon and Hustler shooting through the enemy and hitting the ground like you do with an Insider has proven to be one of the strongest things on this build. It's super fucking cool. Slow Hand kicks ass. Redistributor has been good. Smog has been good. Recursion has been fantastic. We started using an Omnom. It's good stuff. Good stuff. Okay, I'm gonna bring us over to... Let's go to Cistern of Slaughter. Let's do one of those. I'm gonna run to the bathroom while we're going there, because we're on PP%. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about slight delay. Hey Viper, how you doing? 1 point into body mind enough of am scaling. So like it's still gonna do damage, but keep in mind more points in Body and Mind is a lot more damage. That Mayhem scaling is times the listed value, and like Body and Mind gets a damage formula. It's Elemental, it's Splash, you can apply stuff like Urad and Terra Cryo to it. More points is better if you can manage it. I'm alright, how you? Doing well. Beacon continues to be a massive W for this setup, Viper. Slow Hand's really good too. I want to try out some fire guns here. I'm thinking fire redistributor is probably crazy here, because we do have barrier doing the thing. Not be able to get sustainment? Then don't get sustainment. You don't need sustainment. Think about it. You're shooting a Blade Fury. You could just Knife Drain. Or you could just run some sort of non-lifesteal based survivability, as a lot of builds do. You don't need sustainment. I think a Will-O-Wisp when clone would work well. No, but it's not something I've tried, so I can't say that for sure. Let's try this. Oh yeah, the noise outside is a fucking tree being cut down. And I keep forgetting and remembering. nearly constantly full inventory gives me anxiety. Yo, me too, but too many items to test. Beacon is a massive W, no disclaimers. Yeah, no disclaimers. Beacon's just good. I don't know how I'm gonna hit those. I didn't plan for racks. Nice one, Frizz. Ow. I was hoping that the dot would be bigger from 150 over 90 here. Mild disappoint. That's okay. I like that the redistributor chains can eraser. pretty neat. But that is an advanced egg every single time. It's my signature dish. Heard of fried egg? What about advanced egg? It is fried egg with advanced. Probably not good for you. It's called an omelet. Is it? I'm standing still on Zane. It's just kind of funny. May not be able to aim, but I can cook. Let him cook. Which slot do I have this shit in? There. Prismatic Rex. Hate things named Prismatic. Freeze, damn it. These things not freeze from brain freeze. Pris, why you do this? Question, since you can dot bonus LAs and non-ally weapons, use some good non-ally weapons. No, it was tested and bonus elements don't trigger arm and flint. Fucking, there we go. Right on armor. Beacon goated. How do I deal with those? I need a weapon good for that. Is that just a Kong moment? That might just be a Kong moment. Unless I can get some good recursion bounces. How many kill skills? Yes. Zane moment. I was matchmaking so bad in BL3, BL2 had good matchmaking system. It didn't. You're just used to that one. Matchmaking has been shit in every single Borderlands game. All of them. No exceptions. Perhaps you're just more aware of it now, but welcome to why living in the age of LFG Discords is better. If you'd like to find random people to play with, I highly recommend using the official Borderlands server's LFG channels. That would be my Discord. BL3 worse than BL2 matchmaking considering we lost the lobby browser. BL3 has crossplay. More potential lobbies. But yeah, still don't use matchmaking. Another risk you run in matchmaking is running into people who discovered a save editor for the first time and decided that they'd like to spend their afternoon ruining people's day by adding 50,000 projectiles to an item and trying to crash people's consoles. Or people who have discovered Cheat Engine for the first time and like to edit people's Guardian rank up to levels where, you know, their gameplay experience is affected. Or Myth rank in the case of Wonderlands. Those things are less likely to happen going through the official server's LFG channels, because people who do that shit, they'll never be allowed to use LFG shit there again. So fear of consequences does a lot. But it's definitely more secure. You can only hit 15% in BL3 for Guardian ranks unless I miss something. Yes, but a lot of people don't like having the prompt on screen. So if someone gives you, for example, 10,000 Guardian tokens, that prompt is stuck on your screen until you save, edit, or spend it. Now, I'm good enough at tuning that out, but some people aren't. And yes, GR stats in BL3 are capped at, depending on the stat, 15 or 13.79, depending on the stat. You do that to others? Yes. Happens quite frequently. Which one is cool, potentially a dick move? I don't think it's cool at all. It's absolutely a dick move. There have been a lot of things that have, in all of the Lands games, just people going out of their way to be dicks to other people in public lobbies. Since the very first Borderlands, illegitimate part items has been a thing. People put so many projectiles on a gun, it starts affecting performance, stuff like that. Or they'll go around one-shotting everything with a Infinity Plague Bearer yellow cake that consumes no ammo. Shit like that. But then there's also the Guardian rank, Myth rank editing, which is just especially cruel. Because, for instance, in Wonderlands, there's no toggle, and there's no cap, and there's no diminishing returns. So someone could actually permanently ruin another player's gameplay experience. And that's one of the main arguments people give when they are against the idea of players having access to their saves. But the thing is, that's not done through save editing. It's done through Cheat Engine, which people would still be able to use that for. So, like, now it's using Cheat Engine to edit your profile save, but Cheat Engine can still do shit like that through just mem edits. Can you not? Thank you. Life calls, cheers everyone. Have a good one, Pris. Thanks for hanging out. Good recursion. No worse with the appeal of playing LANs games with random people online. They're marketed as co-op games. Now, those of us who've been around the block a few times know that the netcode in these games is not good. The farming in co-op in these games is not good. And very few elements of the game are designed with multiple players in mind, which is a mixed bag. Like, on the one hand, it's good that no content requires a group. On the other hand, there's no content that rewards a group either. But it doesn't stop them from marketing LANs games as co-op experiences. Having co-op does not make you a co-op experience, in my opinion. Today's level up day? Hey, happy level up, Bookworm. Hope you're having an excellent one. I really didn't come prepared for these racks, to be honest. I'm so used to Nova builds. Yeah, you and I am glad to hear. It's a few friends. I have 0 friends that play BL3. I have lots of friends that play BL3, and I still prefer to play it solo. Like, for example, if you were going to farm an item, like a dedicated drop item from an enemy, you can't do that in a group because it's just so clunky. Your party gets disbanded when you quit out. And you need to, like, reform, and everyone needs to be at the menu and stuff, and it's just not good. The way the game functions is not conducive to that. Now, it's much more tolerable in, say, takedowns or slaughters, which are long-form activities. And that's one of the reasons why I just like those things better. From a game design standpoint. Hey, son. How to fix that Wonderland's fast travel respawn? Still be done better. What do you mean with fast travel respawn? You're gonna have to elaborate on that. I have to kick charger again already. I regret throwing out my bangerang. Time is it where I'm from? 2:14 p.m. I'm trying to headshot these things so I get the dot, but maybe I should just try to hit it. There we go. Five hours ahead? Lost to respawn, you travel different map and travel back, then you need to completely save quit. That doesn't fix the problem at all, though. Think about it. What happens when you travel to a different map? It's a load screen. Still going through the same tedious process. You can't initiate travel into another area if, say, one of your party members is at a menu. You don't have to reform your party, but, like, you're still going to another map. It's still... Could still be done better. Like, it's fine in Chaos Chamber. Because that's a seamless whole thing. But even that has flaws. Like, for example, you can't use a bunny that someone else is using. And the longer the game went, the more crystals we got per run. So you can end up at a point where, hey, if you and your buddy both need to hit the pistol bunny, you gotta wait 10 full minutes for them to be done spending before you can start. Even the most friendly to co-op of the titles is not particularly friendly. I've had the most fun in groups Wonderlands out of all the titles, but I still don't think that Lands games are actually co-op experiences so much as they just have the feature. Why is it raining cash? Just a loot rack. The engorged racks just kind of vomit out a ton. My ammo. Back to beacon. DM'd you about that? Yeah, I took care of it a few minutes ago. Thanks, son. Unhinged behavior. Hey, Revolter doesn't work with Arm and Flint? Correct. Yeah, bonus elements don't trigger the Arm and Flint dot. Which means that you have to, if you want this dot tech, you have to use guns that are not cryo or non-elemental. Now cryo will just instantly freeze, which can have its own set of uses. Of course. But we already have brain freeze for that. The way brain freeze works is the skill triggering once does 80% of the freeze bar. So the skill triggering twice is a guaranteed freeze. That just means you need to get your brain freeze chance to roll favorably twice. And with 10 points, I have a 40% chance. I just need to roll the 40% chance twice. Which more often than not, that's just like 3 to 4 crits. So very easy to just get freezes like that. What new guns discovered today? Slow Hand. Slow Hand kicks ass. We're also using an Om Nom now for the amp and the circle. Bring your farm Slow Hand. Is that one Glorious Armada? It's in Jackpot DLC. The one you said earlier that you've completed today. It's in that DLC. I forget which enemy. You can go to lootlemon.com. It is the most reliable community resource site for item drop locations. Big vouch. 50% of the freeze bar, need 80 to freeze. Yeah, I got those values backwards. Thank you, CZ. So it's still 2 triggers. I had incorrect math, but same result. What is hitting me? Oh, you. It's like I've never seen that VFX before. I didn't actually know there was an enemy that shot bullets at you in this activity. I've never noticed those uplifted Ravagers before. Hey, I learned. That's why Prometheus needs more Kentucky Fried Rack. Hey, Rudy. Late to the party, what's being tested here? Exclamation point OMF is a brief explanation of the Zane discovery. But basically, we're messing around with different guns that might synergize with Zane's Purple Tree Capstone's effect that we now have a greater understanding of. And just kind of toying around with it in various activities. So far, I've gotten some favorites out of this. The beacon is really nice with this. Beacon with Hustler, and you aim to shoot through an enemy and, like, hit the ground. Real nice. But Slow Hand is fantastic. Recursion is great. Insider. It's been very enjoyable. Oh, I'm out of ammo there too. Oh, I missed the shot. Pulled me. Huh, I might actually be dead here because I ran out of ammo. Anything super weak? Nope. Oh well, just means we go again. Firecracker. I think Firecracker is gonna have a home on other characters. I think it's gonna have a home on other characters. I gotta try Firecracker stuff on Moe's, because Splash Gun, you know, and we can maybe amp it a lot with Bloodletter. I don't mind redoing that. Having a good time. Yeah. Halfway to freezing. That does seem more straightforward terminology. It'd be really cool if there was an actual, like, freeze bar, though. While we're on the subject of things Borderlands could do better in UI. Like, just an enemy that has any amount of cryo status applied to them. Just show how close they are to freezing. Tiny light blue sliver of bar below HP would do that seamlessly. It's like, have you played any games where there's like a crowd control resistance mechanic? In Star Wars The Old Republic, it's the resolve bar, but it's just like a little white bar next to the health bar that shows how much CC resistance the target's built up. So you know exactly like whether you should or shouldn't stun them, and how long they have their immunity and stuff. Something like that would be great. I want to say WoW has a similar thing. Was that out of context? Whoever gets me one of them is a great UI. Yeah. Godfall is the same. No, I don't remember. That means it's been too long since I played Godfall. I need to change that. Goated game. Did someone say Godfall? Goated game. If you guys want to see what I think a looter's loot system should look like, that game. Godfall legitimately has the best loot system of any looter. Oh, doesn't have a bar, just diminishing returns? Okay, so yeah. SWTOR has the same system as WoW, but it has a bar. At least in PvP it has a bar. In PvE, I don't think the mobs have the resistance. unlimited storage, which is both blessed and cursed. Blessed because it's great, cursed because they allowed me to accumulate so many items that my game would crash from having too many items. But I salvaged some of them. You could grab add-ons that estimate the DR or pull the hidden numbers, but it's definitely not default. Noted. Noted. Yeah, it's a innate feature in there's a couple games out there. I think that old attempted MMO, this was many years ago at this point, one of the many MMOs that tried to launch as a WoW killer, Wild Star. It's super dead. It's been dead for a while. Pretty sure that had that. It's my favorite video game, Bordering the Lands version 3. I'm definitely a big fan of Bordering the Lands in 3 as well. Best weapon in your opinion? There is no best weapon, in my opinion. Because how do you quantify best? What does best mean, and then how do you apply that to every possible build on every possible character against every possible enemy in the game? Like, you could have a weapon that does literally infinite damage, but the second you get to an enemy that's immune to that element, like, what do? It becomes the worst weapon rather than the best, you know? There's nothing you can accurately call best in this game until you get very specific with situations. Like, if the question was, hey, what's the highest damage per trigger pull against a shielded enemy on Moze when the chosen outlet of damage is not Minesweeper? Then you could narrow it down to like a handful of things. Still not one, but can more comfortably get to like, hey, it's this or this. You gotta get real specific for best as a term to factor in. So, my recommendation as a build crafter in this game, as someone who spends entirely too much time analyzing things in this game, I have 7,000 hours in this game. Ignore the word best. It only hurts you. No, tier list. That's sure to create consensus. Ugh. I've been tempted on occasion to actually do one. Like, a tier list from an actual theory crafter who hates tier lists. Maybe's more accurate, but, like, it's still a tier list, so as a medium, it just doesn't convey information properly. So, that's why I haven't done that. It's like, you see too many tier lists, it's like, yeah, the baby maker's at D tier. Like, Hmm? We're gonna put the light show at S tier, huh? Grease Trap is best versus Warrior. Wonder if I can get slow hand projectiles to go up in the air. I can't. I'm bad. to deal with these. Solution. Solution. Ready? This is gonna be the best solution ever. You guys are gonna love it. We wait for Sentinel to solve the problem. It's having some trouble. Leave me alone. Yeah, Sentinel, you suck. Unless the tier list puts tier list in F tier, then there's an A tier list. But if the tier list is telling you something is F tier, and that tier list is in that F tier, then shouldn't you not listen to it? Get him, Sentinel. Yeah, that's all for the flying fucks. Making sense as F tier? Ah. Understood. We gotta run. Sentinel probably still be chasing these racks down by the time we get off work, just in case. Hope we have some good runs. Thanks, Boom. It looks like it handled the racks until we get more. Yeah, there we go. We're good. We're good. We're chilling. So yeah, I definitely underprepared for racks. Probably use just action skill start Frozen Heart for this content. Yo, we talked about Baby Maker. There we go. Is this even the right part one? That might actually be the good part one. And there's an Unforgiven. We mentioned both of those things today. Yeah, this is the correct part Baby Maker. So this thing right here is one of the highest DPS pistols in the entire game. No shitpost. Baby Maker with flying module is just good. Oh yeah, I was gonna try Hornet too. Not an awful native dot. It's been 4 hours already, shit. I've just been having too good of a time. Okay, we gotta try Hornet next. Hey, Struggle Bus. What's the new Zane discovery? Exclamation point OMF. Just gonna yoink that? Yeah, hopefully you win it, Tree Boy. Hornet. Where we going on this? Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, I'm curious how this will go. Thank you for the take, Super. Daily challenge complete. Didn't even get me another vault card level. Sag. We haven't done Slaughter Shaft yet today, but I want to do a Mallow one first. Mallow one with the Hornet seems like a fair test. My phone updated, now the font is different. And it's really throwing me off. I hate it. Am I doing anything July 21st? Probably. I will most likely not be available, but what's up? What am I using? I'm using Zach's editor. So a combination of Zach's editor and the hotfix injector. Basically, I create the items in Zach's editor, which has loot lemon integration, so it's super easy to get the items going, even if you don't know what the parts and codes and stuff are. And then I just copy the code and I use the hotfix injector to mail them to myself. I want to go see the Barbie movie. Get the whole community in the cinema. Have Pritz say 100 tickets to Barbie, please. Hang on, this kind of cracked. I mean, I know those are ratch, but... It's armored enemies. I can see this being good. Man, if the Hornet was an element lock... Wait, how would the Blanc be here, do you guys think? The Blanc rolls in different elements. Does Cold War give swap speed? and mode swap speed? No, it's just swap speed. You don't get the mode swap. Is the mode swap speed stat just a Moze and Amara thing? I know Moze has it on Scrappy. I think Amara has it on Fast Hands. But it might just be swap speed. Good chunk. Hornet kind of hitting. Anything new been found? I've been testing more weapons. Testing the Hornet out right now, and I'm pleasantly surprised. The slow hand kicks ass. Beacon remains supreme. The slow hand definitely wasn't surprised. We're now using an Omnom over an Old God, so we get that amp and we get that juicy circle. That chalk version, the not Hornet. Nemesis rolls in a couple elements. It's not Splash though, so it's got a much more limited formula to work with than Hornet does. The AAA is the shock one. Nemesis rolls in fire and corrosive and deals bonus shock. AAA is just shock. They're all like vaguely the same pistol in feel. I want you to do the whole job recursion. Any skill tree change for the setup over other Zane gun builds? I mean, other Zane gun builds that grab Brain Freeze? No. I guess not all of them do this green tree investment. But other than that, that's like the only major difference, skill tree wise. Ultimately, Zane is Zane, even with interesting tech. And he does have more skill points than he needs. Ouch. It wasn't very cash money. The thought occurred that, Conductor could potentially be interesting here on setups where you're critting naturally. Because Conductor bonus element would be applying to the LA crit explosion. Little Zane unconventional gunplay? Yeah. Messing around with some dot stuff on Zane. It's been pretty cool. And using certain guns in weird ways. Like a visual duplicate of the Hornet, but shock. I forget the name. I believe that's the AAA. That was satisfying. That looked fucking cool. Oh jeez, I panicked a little too hard and hit myself. Okay, slow hands got me. There we go. Beacon's slightly underrated, extremely underrated. Beacon's one of the stars of the show here. We're using the Beacon and the Hustler class mod. Basically, sweet spotting with the Beacon. The eraser projectiles spawned from getting Hustler crit on like an enemy's leg will go through and hit the ground underneath them. And only certain weapons can do that, Beacon being one of them. It's quite strong. Beacon's also got elemental flexibility, it's got a good dot, single projectile, high damage. Just a perfect gun for this build. I can switch to corrosive when I need it too. Every time Quack jumps into his own slow hand. Okay, Hornet's got me. Crazy people use light show and they just use a beacon instead. It's not... Yeah, it's just people in general like to believe that they completely understand something. And like, there's too many items in this game for the word best to be used as commonly as it is. So then you'll see a lot of people will be like, well, this is a comfortable item to use, and I've had success with it out of the 5 guns in the game with several hundred guns that I've tried. So it's the best. Like, no, it's just something you've enjoyed using. You can say that, and no one can tell you you're wrong. But like, the whole, this is the best and I'm never using anything else mentality kind of stops people from messing with fun stuff. All the stream content for the last 2 streams has just been me trying different guns. And there are some that I never would have thought of. It just reminded me I wanted to try the Septimator. We gotta try that. The SB is best because it has the most eyes, but there's other guns with the same number of eyes. Trying to tell me there are more manufacturers than Jacobs and Malwan. And a really cool tech during your testing. Yeah, the beacon thing that I explained. So like, You can shoot an enemy like this with a beacon and it's good. Or you can shoot an enemy, I guess this would be a good showcase, you can shoot an enemy like this with a beacon. You do it on the correct element. And it's way better. See how much more damage that's doing? And this is me on Zane with no kill skills active. Sweet spotting. What I just see? A lot more damage. Because the way it's working is we're using Hustler class mod to get Eraser procs from the Hustler crits on parts of the body where we otherwise wouldn't get projectiles passing through. So this lets us crit on the leg, hit the ground. We can hit the enemy with the original beacon projectile and with the Eraser one. Now, the thing is, you can probably also do that with a Radical. I didn't test that extensively, but the beacon lets us do that in multiple elements, which matches up very well with the arm and flint stuff we're doing. Like, we just need some eraser procs, like that. Beacon supremacy. What's Hornet do here? Oh, Hornet does okay. Talk your shit, Hornet. That's not bad. It's no beacon. End up liking Hustler more than Executor overall. Yes. Because it allows us to have more flexibility with our weapon choices. Oops. Just use the beacon tech. Easy. And then Hornet absolutely eats there. That was sick. I'm comfortable saying the Hornet works here. Yeah, that's another good baby maker. That's 2 today. Just speedrun tech you found. Be interesting to see if you could light some new guns to the board. In terms of how this fits into Zane's speedrunning, what this basically means that for Hustler Eraser builds, you just make sure you ADS as much as possible when using elemental guns. So this isn't going to help like the creamer setups, but if you're running Yellow Cake, Globetrotter, Shocker, Fire Scoville, you know, those that are like able to be in the same sort of area as things like creamer, just ADSing more means you're getting massive dots is the big thing. So probably the most useful application of this to speedrunning would just be, I think that Yellow Cake and Globetrotter can theoretically overtake creamer. That would be the takeaway. It's a hot take. Yeah, but like with how Arm and Flint works, you get massive dots. The big thing about which one would is because Creamer can cover longer ranges more easily, but if you just are aware of the mechanics of your gun, Zane has enough move speed, you can just physically get in range fast enough that it doesn't matter. And the area where Yellowcake and Globetrotter would speed up is versus bosses. Because even when you get a Creamer split versus a boss, you need the projectile that's split off to detonate and hit. Whereas if you get an Arm and Flint dot off of that crit, that dot is likely enough to contribute to phasing the boss there. Anyway, and plus you'll be getting the Arm and Flint dots on any enemy that gets hit by that crit while you're ADSing. So you'll have massive dots going off all at once, and if you do that with a radiation gun, then that means you'll get massive Radsplosion chains, which can help you with your longer range coverage. Those dots will also double dip a lot of your formula, particularly if you're running rad or cryo weapons. You can get elemental projector value out of that. I suppose you could also be very weird and go shock transformer, if that even works that way. No, it shouldn't work that way. But yeah, you get the idea. Ellie Projector on Yellowcake Globetrotter could prove to be more effective damage dealt than a Creamer. It's just whether or not you deliver the projectiles effectively is the question. Yeah, that's the theory. The game theory. Survived a meeting that really should have been an email. Ooh, isn't that most of them, Ken? Isn't that most of them? No, I just pick up that baby maker, but I need an inventory slot. Let's grab that septimator. I want to try that out. Mostly just because it's a weapon that I want to build around that I just have not put in the effort to put on a dedicated build, so I've just been trying it out on new builds as I've made them. Try the shotgun underbarrel. Actually, no, let's stick with RPG. I won't get too crazy with it right now. I want ASE Rad. We're gonna try this without fire boosts, see what happens. Run down the items, listen to Lemon and Test, and feels good, man. It's a good time. It's just nice and chill. The first stream of this Silent was 8 hours of me doing this. And we've already been doing this for over 4 today. So 12 hours of me shooting guns on Zane in 2 days. Who would have thought? There's also non-gun applications for this tech that I've not even gotten to on stream yet. Still gonna do that, just it'll happen when it happens. Gun list comes first. Who would have thought you playing Zane for longer than like an hour, right? Doesn't sound like me at all. maybe I do need to go with the shotgun on this. Oh wait, the meteor things still happen on the regular fire. Hang on, I need my barrier. Do the thing. It's not the thing. Can you stop? Stupid ratch. I want the meteor to happen. Where is it? Forgot that gun existed. I often do too. Oh, of course it's there after I kill the fucking enemy. That looked like it did damage. I want it to happen while I'm ADSing. Leave me alone! God damn it. Doesn't look like it's hitting for very much. This gun looks doable. Yeah, the main fire mode seems like fine. Seems like a perfectly serviceable gun. I don't know how much the meteors are doing. Leave us alone, enemies at a takedown. We're trying to test shit. Exactly. Not a bad dot. Hey, Gio. Sniper's playable? Yeah, I'm playing with it. Oh, well, it's playable until you run out of ammo. We'll slap a disclaimer on that. I was not looking at that. Made it an 8th into the takedown. I mean, about as long as COV pistols do. When in doubt, return to the beacon. It's so good! Look at it. In beacon we trust. It's to the point where I legitimately think that for Hustler Eraser builds that want to conserve ammo and they want a good second wind option, bring a beacon. Just bring a beacon and aim for the legs. It conserves your launcher ammo. It's much more reliable than fishing for a creamer or a yellow cake split while you're down. Teaching us Borderlands gamers the beacon is good. Beacon's a great gun. It's just criminally underrated. For some reason, it's one of the least talked about pistols from its DLC. DLC 3 had a bunch of pistols, and the wrong ones got the clout. It's overshadowed by how good Radical is. But even in something as good as the Radical, or as good as the Herald, is not a universally best item, to use the bad word. Like, even those have use cases where Beacon proves to be superior, and I genuinely think this is one of them. Maybe we do a Radical run. With this tech and see what happens. Like, I invest into Shock and see how far we can push that. But I really like the ability to synergize so well with a couple of Zane's skills that this gun has. Like Armand Flint Force and the Rad Dots. You can switch to Corrosive for Target's rat would be bad against. You get juicy rat explosions, good single target damage. Unique playstyle, because we do really get rewarded for aiming for that sweet spot. I got myself. Switch too soon. Also equipped. Insider would be worth it here. Stop strafing. It's rude. I saw that Valkyrie jump off and die there once. Radical poop on the bottom for sure. Just because big number. Radical brute forces the game with big number. Here, let's just put this to bed. Satisfy all our curiosity, yeah? I'll drop that for now. I want to try that gun again with a shotgun version, but I need to figure out what correct parts to put on that, so that's a project for not right now. Okay, free radical. Available annoyance, current annoyance, is correct. Yeah. Let's just satisfy this curiosity. I feel dirty, and I'm glad Pris isn't here to see this. Need a different artifact. Go Zappy. Guess I could stick with a rad damage passive down here too for the rad ASC 50. Still get rad explosions while doing radical stuff. I'm having difficulty reading that, Jaybridge. Come again? Yeah, that came out all wrong. Yeah, you lost me. English hard? It is. Duck, thank you for the 26. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How you doing?
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
There's the alert.
Bop.
Bop. Good, grinding RuneScape. Business as usual. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're getting close to 3 years of me streaming. My first stream was in May of 2020. I had affiliate in July of 2020. Then I hit partner in February 2021. It's been that long, time flies? Yeah, it's crazy. Main job, right? Yeah, largely due to health. It's not like I make a lot, but I'm fortunate enough that my living situation does not create a lot of expenses. So I don't make much on Twitch, but it's enough to pay what few bills I do have. I'm thankful for that. I honestly think that the beacon's faster. So far. But maybe I'm biased. Maybe I'm seeing what I want to see. Beacon kills those faster 100%, you think? It's like, it's not like this is slow. It's the free radical. It's still eating. Like, that enemy got absolutely just destroyed. Like, the beacon does that too. I don't know, the explosion goes boom. Yeah, the explosion does go boom. We definitely have bigger rad explosions with the beacon because all of the rad damage boosts and the double dipping of that. We only have one rad damage boost currently. I'm sure if we were focusing on like damage, like we had pistol damage boosts and stuff, then Radical would end up being better, but that's not the focus of the build. Hey, Sora, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it. Very generous of you. Thank you. Woodblocker build 1. Fun story about the Woodblocker. There was a window of time where it was actually not bad, but they accidentally removed the buff they gave it to its crit damage on every platform except for PlayStation 4. So to this day, unless it was changed stealthily, if you log into BO3 on a PS4, go get a Woodblocker. It is better than it is on every other platform, because it has a large card crit buff. And they accidentally removed that everywhere else. So, with that buff, item can work. Without it, kinda shit. I don't know why my frames are gone right now. What is happening there? What is... Why do I have 20 frames? Is this the Radical's fault? I feel like it's the Radical's fault. Hard to compare, feels like both are honestly doing the same. Beacon would have cleared that pack. Beacon would have cleared that pack for sure. Because of the rad explosions, you know? Have it on PS4 and PC. What's the crit damage of the one you have on PC? Or are you just referring to the game? The game? Yeah, I started on PS4, switched to PC right after DLC 1. I have Woodblocker floating, we can check. Yeah, basically what it is there have always been platform differences. between versions of BO3. We're gonna switch back to the beacon because it just feels better. There's always been platform differences, but some of them are more volatile than others. Like when the game came out, Moses' means of destruction skill did not trigger off of most forms of splash on PS4. So you had to use very specific grenades, or you couldn't grenade spam. So sometimes it's been weird. PS4 has been the version that's had the most differences in the other versions of the game. I don't know why that is, but that's how it has been. But basically there's a hotfix that they lost in the shuffle of baking in some hotfixes to be like hard patched into the game. They lost in the shuffle that just gave the woodblocker. You know how the crit and the hail, the unforgiven have big crit mults on the card? They gave the woodblocker one of those and gone. Yeah, I like this loadout. Sounds egregious. They've fumbled the bag with hotfixes a few times now. Yeah. Oh yeah, that beacon red explosion. Oh, it's so good. Immediate neuron activation as soon as we switch back. I think I need the natural crit spot for Hornet. Hornet might be more of a executor one. Meanwhile, the Chad beacon. Yeah, those are armored enemies. Using beacon feels like middle finger to the meta and I live for it. It's so satisfying, Ken. Look at that melt. It's beautiful. So is that cliff. I was too distracted by how cool the beacon is. Woodblocker, the original picture has 10% crit. Mine that I compared it to had 120. Yeah, there you go. Picture of mine in Discord, notice that difference? Yeah, 120 is post-buff, and then 10 is without. What conditions need to meet here for this to be good? So for the beacon specifically, what we're doing is taking advantage of the Hustler's class mod ability to give us crits anywhere on the body. It's a chance, but we're firing a lot of shots, so it's somewhat consistent. And we're using that to spawn an eraser projectile that is then hitting the ground if we shoot at the correct angle. And that eraser projectile is double dipping a lot of our damage bonuses. So it's really strong. We're also applying very big Armand Flint dots with the beacon here, which means very big red explosions. What makes a gun good for this tech? Oh, we want high impact damage, and preferably some sort of beneficial eraser interaction. Beyond the normal of just like getting an extra bullet and spitting out somewhere. We want something spicy eraser-wise and good per hit damage. Also, it needs to be an element that is not cryo. Or non-elemental. Because cryo will just freeze. We want one that inflicts a damage-dealing dot. $44.4k channel points. I think I'm close to 2 million in Cheese's channel. Because I hoard them. I'm saving them for a shitpost. I haven't decided what that shitpost is going to be, but... like, my favorites for this interaction so far have been the beacon, the slow hand, the recursion, the redistributor works well. We can use that for a little bit. The smog. Tiggs Boom's okay. Insider works. The common thread between all those is they have some sort of notable eraser thing, and they fit the elemental profile. Horizon Potential Bird of Prey. If it had an element, I'd be trying it, Ken. Action skill. But I'm Zane, you can't do that to me. My damage stops existing if I don't hit Mantis every 3 seconds for the rest of my life. This is toxic. Plasma coil work? It's not going to do too much in the eraser department, but yeah, it should work out well. In fact, I can grab one real quick. Test for you. Drop that. Joke's on you, use the grenade keybind for Mantis. I actually have barrier on my grenade keybind, unfortunately. I'm a little concerned with how the charge speed and the burst delay shit with the plasma coil will affect the output here, but we can mess with it. It should just do well, right? Yeah, it just does well. Wonder how it does with doing the beacon method. Can't quite tell. Too long between shots, too much visual pollution. No, killed there. Yeah, it seems just good. Comparable to beacon. If not slightly stronger with a little more of an awkward gameplay loop. It is very awkward though. Thing with the plasma coil is if you ever interrupt a burst for any reason, your next burst will be like finishing the previous one in terms of projectile count. So like if you go down with 1 bullet remaining in a burst, your next shot just makes 1 bullet, and it is a little weird. Also, it's a charge-up gun with a long burst delay. I don't like that. Speedy. Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little speedy. Yeah, it's about comparable to Beacon there. It works. Never thought it felt good to use, but it melts things at every build. It is one of those guns that just has big number. A plasma coil doesn't do anything too mechanically interesting, it's just big number. It is functionally outclassed in most of its scenarios by the free radical, because that's just another instance of power creep. But in this case, it being radiation does help it out because of the dot aspect of things. So like, on this particular build, yeah, plasma coil over free rad, but that's not a common thing. In a traditional gun build, where you're maximizing the actual output of the gun, free rad wins and it's not close. Plasma coil is a good clone gun, actually, because of that burst behavior. Because each burst will always fire that quantity, and because clone's AI is stupid and fires SMG in bursts, it means he just uses the plasma coil as a player would, but with, like, better aim. So it's a good clone gun. The crit is something to try. There's also, suggestion of Stone Swan was, trying out lowering my overall damage output so that a kick charger wouldn't immediately kill. Kick charger has a good inherent dot. Also would be good impact damage to get the arm and flint dot. That's gonna require me aiming a lot. But it's food for thought. Explosions are doing the majority of the work here, thanks to Arm and Flint just ensuring it's applied. Yeah, this is just a consistent, if a little uninteresting gun for this. We all knew Plasma Coil was good. This probably deserves a permanent backpack slot. Very no nonsense, you know? Doesn't brain freeze too well. I think I can forgive that. I think that was an eraser projectile killing something way over there. Can't be sure though. I'm not quite sure how this gun erasers. Seems pretty good though. Quest Vault Hunter changed, so you should stop playing Zane. I used to have a redemption for that, actually. But I decided that I fixate too much, so... Extremely strong as usual. Not the most exciting or surprising find, I guess, though. Yeah. Yeah, and like, if you're playing Gun Zane, the way you get your giggles is by using the weird stuff, right? Hey, Onyx, long time no see. Hope you're well. So, Beacon feels really nice. Slow hand, recursion. Oh, Beacon. Look at that dot. That was a 26 mil dot from shooting a beacon. That's pretty big. Like, we don't even have corrosive boosts on right now. And recursion split kill. Yeah, love to see it. Love to see it. Hey, Seraphas. Lovely day on the internet. New Zane tech. Good lord. Don't worry, it's of the flavor of, like, everyone was already doing this without knowing they were doing it, but now that you know it's happening, you can maximize it. So the gist of it is in the command !OMF, but to explain it verbally, Zane's Purple Tree Capstone creates really big dots depending on how much damage you do, which is different than things leaving dots based on their assigned value. And the dots from Arm and Flint are able to double dip certain damage bonuses, meaning you can create really interesting scenarios. Like if you apply an Arm and Flint rad dot, you get really big and guaranteed rad explosions. I'm gonna try Death Grip, but perhaps we save that. Yeah, this is with Atom Bomb over Icebreaker for the super beefy rad explosions. Icebreaker's more formula. Let's switch back to that. Don't you love when your game freezes mid-Woden fight to a point where it's not responding? Ah, that's the best, isn't it? Bring back the Amara gameplay. I'm sure I'll get to a point where I've explored all I want to with the Zane tech and we go back to other characters. This is one of the rare cases where I actually wanted to put me back to Sanctuary. Because I want to grab that Tannis buff again for one more run. Mara gun build tech next? You know, maybe. I haven't done an Amara gun build in a while. Maybe. I just gotta think of a gun I actually want to use on her. Gunplay on Amara isn't as interesting to me as action skill play. In a thick minute. A large minute. An extended minute, if you will. This is more elemental chance and damage for status effects. It's the only way to get that stat on this build if you're not using an executor. So huge overall increase to damage. Game didn't want me to have fun with my build. Is this the cryo one? Because, yeah, it does that. Yep, that's it. There we go. Yeah, Icebreaker, my beloved. Big dot. Did I leave my barrier behind? Oops. Too excited. Press W to win builds on bows and Zane can be a lot of fun only for a short time. Rather explore fun guns than AFK. I agree. This is also a huge part of why my preference is non-gun builds in these games. And there's a lot of satisfaction to be had in showcasing overlooked items and interactions and such. I like this beacon. If I can get these enemies to not stand at a range that will cause me to blow myself up. We got this beacon. We got the recursion. Slam builds are the best for me. Slam builds are great. Beacon stocks are going through the roof. Then if I continue watching your lovely stream or go watch Dungeons & Dragons movie, I've heard nothing but good things. Heard nothing but good things. I've got a couple movies to go see. Just finding the time and the motivation. Yeah, recursion's the play for this. Oops. Bad aim. Beacon's going to the moon. Just kind of hoping the war dogs run into my shots sometimes. They don't usually do it though. Beacon. Beacon, why are you so good? Beacon, why are you so good? Need to shoot through the legs. There we go. New John Wick was incredible. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm looking forward to seeing that one too, yeah. You know what Rat on Armor does here. Still kinda okay. It's Beacon. Make sure to buy ammo. I am spending a lot. He could be the most slept on gun in BL3. No, I think that title goes to Babymaker. Because, like, Beacon isn't aggressively downplayed, it's just, like, forgotten about. Sleeping on guns is unsafe. True. Hey, soccer chick. I think Babymaker is the most slept on because it is actively disparaged. People, like, forget about the Insider. They forget about the Beacon. They know about the Babymaker. They just haven't built around it and think it's bad. Curious what you guys think on that. What do you think is the most underrated gun, in your opinion? Let me through. Lucky 7. You say that, but like, it's definitely not well known how powerful it is outside of like time trials crowd. Because think about it, people who just kind of grab the gun, shoot it a couple times, are like, oh, this doesn't do anything interesting. Fearmonger and Host. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I could agree with those. Replay? Ooh, for sure, replay. I love the replay. Reminds me, I want to try some replay Amara. Maybe that's the Amara gun thing you see soon, Silent. I've wanted to try replay on Amara for a while. And I just keep forgetting. Trick shot. Trick shot gets forgotten a lot. As far as Jacob's guns go, I think trick shot is one of the better ones. What is replay? It's an Atlas pistol from DLC 6 that it has tracker darts that have absolutely just legit crazy radius. So it's very easy to stick tracker darts. It'll just stick like your entire screen. And those tracker darts also hit through walls. And replay homes in on any targets you've hit with the tracker darts, and also gets increased fire rate and reload speed for each target you've put a dart on. It's a splash gun with high base damage. So you just like, the gameplay loop is, let's say I had a replay right now, that's me applying the tracker darts, it hits everything, and then I just hold down the trigger and it starts auto-aiming the entire screen. Be juicy on Mo's? Yeah, I have a couple times on the time trials board with it. Like, not first place or anything, this is very early time trials. You can see how it plays. This one, the carrier is good? Nah. My experience, not anything special in Amara. Love to be proven wrong. I'll take a look. I mean, I'm inclined to defer to your judgment here, but like, don't want to try it out, see how it feels. It might be fun if nothing else. Trevinator. Lots of quiet buffs means plenty won't revisit it. Yeah, that's a good point, Tree Boy. Trevinator's just kind of always been there. Auto-aim's the name of the game. Auto-aim is a gun that's not that bad in this game. Like, it's not good, but I think the auto-aim is overhated. It's one of few guaranteed drop items, so it's not a bad thing to get on a playthrough. Dot lasts through that whole shield. Let's go. shot too late. Too busy trying not to die. Didn't have my barrier up. Brain freeze freezes you. Sweet spot. Beautiful. Replay runs nutty. Kind of crack gun, not gonna lie. It's really cool. It's a very interesting gun. You can apply a lot of Moses' kit very favorably to it. Like, the fact that it's a non-LE gun doesn't hurt it in Moses' hands, because you can just slap a couple bonus elements of whatever you might need on it. It boosts reload speed, which is something Mose doesn't have, so it covers a base there. It's splash. No real aim required. And you can very easily do the Bloodletter Russian Offensive amp tech on it. TDR as a whole. Anna, you fit that description. And Needle Gun deserves more credit. TDR as a whole, for sure, deserves more. Forget about the Skexel, it's a solid CV pistol. Yeah, I haven't used the Skexel in a long time. I gotta change that. I gotta change it. That's something I forget about as well. I'm guilty of that. The Freeman is a really underrated gun. It's a dedicated only launcher, Atlas launcher. Interesting thing about Atlas and launchers is Atlas is the only manufacturer that gets a crit passive on class mod and makes launchers. And Freeman Eraser is quite good. You can do Infernal Wish with Freeman and get a lot of rockets. It's a cool gun. It tracks along your sightline. I believe the launcher and Half-Life works like that, so Gordon Freeman was a reference. But yeah, it goes along your sightline. Got it yesterday while farming XP on Scrack on my no gear Mose, immediately sent it to a friend instead of vaulting it. Were you trying to get them to use it, Tree Boy? Subtle messaging. I think we'll put Redistributor there just because it's saucy, it's interesting, a little less sleeper than the Plasma Coil. This is a good loadout. Maybe not It's Piss, because sometimes that can happen at like the wrong time and then we just lose the dot. But like it's gear debuff, which is another thing just to be double dipped. So like it can lead to more damage, it's sometimes less damage. It's not as disruptive as a Hex, like it's not as likely to kill me. I don't know, I gotta think on that. But overall, I feel like the setup's coming together nicely. Yeah, we gotta try, there's more guns to try, and there's non-guns. Level 8, he's running at the time, so he did use it. Ooh, what was the reception? Racer with Freeman's a magic trick, Zaddy turns a ballistic rocket into a nuke. The way it works with Eraser is it just spawns another projectile for you to control. So you can just, like, drag it through the crit spot of a target, and then drag that projectile back into the crit spot. It's funny. So optimal Freeman gameplay is just you doing that. It's really funny. Anyway, I'm a little bit tired. Been live for 5.25 hours. We can call it here. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. A lot of fun today. A lot of fun today. Testing new stuff in BL3 is always a good time. It happens every few months, to be honest. Plan for tomorrow. Hey, Nipple Salad, you're catching me right as I'm ending, but I hope you're well. Plan for tomorrow is this, but with non-gun stuff. Now, I might not hold to that plan. We'll see what happens. At some point this week, I want to squeeze in a Wonderland stream as well, because I've had some build ideas over there, and works on Wonderland's build doc have been ramping up. That's like almost ready, I think. But yeah, as always, not promising consistency with my stream schedule and life as of late, but I appreciate you guys. Let me find somewhere for us to go. See you tomorrow. It's my day off. Okay, I'll do my best to be live for that. Lazy's doing some Elden Ring. Hawkins on Jack and Daxter. BZK's on BL3. Broken English doing some Fortnite. Pascaroni's doing his Far Cry thing. Liz is on Destiny. Let's go to Lazy. Thanks y'all info. I had a blast today. Me as well. I love having conversations like that. And we have a graphs channel in the Discord for BL3 graphs. That's how often we do stuff like that. Just visual aids for these mechanical, just monologues. So it's just, that's always a good time. Haven't done it in a while. It always puts a smile on my face. But yeah, you guys are great. Really enjoyed the content today. And we'll try to make next stream equally interesting if we can. All right. Later. Bye-bye.